Hello there, and welcome to UK Diesel Electric Railway Modelling. And I'm back. I'm making videos again. I'm just waiting for my live stream to check up, and let's see. Is my audio? Yep, my audio sounds good. Okay, good. Might be a bit quiet. Hopefully, my microphone's just here, so hopefully this will come across clearly. Yeah, I'm back. I mean, it's been a long time since I made a video. I've been distracted with things. As well as doing model railways, I also play war games, and I kind of got back into the wargaming stuff and joined a club and things like that. But I've not stopped doing model railways. I haven't done a lot of modelling for quite a while. It's a good couple of years now. But what I have been doing is buying stuff, and oh my gosh, did I buy stuff! So, my audio sounds a bit quiet. I wonder if I can boost it a bit. No, not happy with the audio. Let's sound settings. Recording. Okay, that needs to be disabled. And that too, I think. That's my main one. Look at the levels. Ah, here we go. Let's jump this up a bit. Okay, let's see if that sounds a little better. Let's see. Just waiting for my own feed to kick in. And it doesn't sound that much better. Okay, well, looks like I'll just have to speak a bit louder. Let's see if I can move my microphone a bit closer as well. Okay, it's about as close as it's going to get without toppling over. Okay, so where have I been? What have I been doing? Well, so as I said, I've been buying a lot of stuff. Looks like I'll just have to, that actually sounds quite good. Yeah, okay, right, good. Listening to myself is very strange. Never makes the bass sound quite the same. Anyway, so what have I been doing? Oh, wait a minute. I didn't have my own voice up. Right. What have I been doing? Okay, so like I say, I've been buying a lot of stuff. The sad part is that it comes with a consequence. I had an uncle who died, and he was a lovely guy, and he'd left me some money, so I went and spent far too much money on model railway stuff. So it allowed me to pay off things that I had put on the side, as well as buying the stuff that I would normally do. So I'll show you some of the stuff. So let me go for the center monitor and transition. So this is just the stuff that I bought, and I do this every year. I keep. Let's make it a bit bigger. Ooh, too big. Too. There we go. That looks about right. So I mean, a bunch of it is second-hand, some of it is new, So, and I went to town, and I bought lots of things. So, for example, this is the second-hand one. Hang on. These are what they were when I got them. This is what they'll become in the end. So, some Bachmann 20s. That gets most of the ones that I'm doing now. It's just I need to be able to see my live stream. Uh, yeah. So so I got some like 26s. One of the 26s that I did, if you look at Dave Watson's Dave Class 47, he did a civil engineers one, and I loaned him one of my 26s in civil engineers that I went to town with. I did the sort of detail work that I was doing before. And so this is one that will go with it. In 1990, April 92, 26001 and 40 came to Manchester to do one of the club trains, and I got that train as far as Bolton. Unfortunately, 26001 went and someone left the handbrake on, and so by the time I've actually got a picture of it. In fact, let me show you. Because I keep very good records of stuff, so let's drag this here, and there's more stuff that I've gone and downloaded. I haven't categorized it all yet, but modeling, and it was 40 civil engineers, and this is my picture of it when it opens. Come on, open up. There we go. That's my picture of the train at Preston. And there's the one of it. So they went and left the handbrake on, and so its brakes were smoking by the time we got to Bolton. And they took 26001 and 40 took it the rest of the way on a Barrow service. So I got that, and then I got I think it was a pair of 20s back, and then a 60 out, and then back. It might have been a 60 going back. Anyway, but I got a pair of 20s, pair of 26s, and a 60 for haulage that day. It was in connection with Longside Open Day. So yeah, that goes with that, and just picked up a few bits and bobs. Some of the new ones. So, for example, this is one of the brand new ones that Bachmann did last year, or the year before now, I suppose. And I've got these two here as well. A pair of these, 3 mainline liveried ones. This was the earlier version. You can see the prices that I paid. So this is going to become one of the Merleys class 37s, 37.9s. A couple of Regional Railways ones. That's one as well. Bought a body shell. I wish I'd have bought 37706 first time round, but I missed it. The one I kind of went a bit bonkers one was HST power cars. I bought quite a lot. I own 21 HST power cars now, so I've got the entire fleet that I want. Here's one to look out for. Bachmann brought out 47004 in construction. These were the expensive ones. And they went on sale quite cheap. I don't do privatisation era, but I've got spare body shells, so scrape the bogies off a bit because they've only got the piping on one side. Remove the sandboxes, and do some extra work, and I had the spare bodies, so I went and bought 6 59s. So that's 2 Foss Yeoman, 3 Arc ones, and a National Power. To be honest, I'm not even sure why I bought the National Power one. I just think it looks awesome in that livery. And a bunch of things, for example, the these ones, and these 37s, all these came from Rainbow Railways. I love Rainbow Railways. They're a great bunch of guys, and I buy stuff all the time. I bought a few Mark One coaches. Just topping some off. So for an electrification train, gets to finish that off. I forgot what I was doing with that one. So this one allows me to finish off one of the Thames trains to Oxford. Oxford or Banbury, or even as far as Westbury. And this is another one that fits that as well. At Dini Showcase, I went and bought another DVT, which gives me the 3 standard Mark III sets. And then this is where I went a bit crazy. So I went and bought several full trains. So these are LNER livery, but they'll be repainted into Intercity Swallow in the fullness of time. This finishes off a rake that I already had half of. One of the most important models that came out last year is are these the new Hornby did a brand new TGS coach. Now the old TGS coach was basically the Lima model with a new chassis skirting part and bogies, but it was slightly lower if you coupled them together. Now they've done a full one. That's wonderful. And the so this is a cross country. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's a Great Western set. And then this is a cross country. So no, that's the other Great Western set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I must have already had another vehicle. Oh yeah, I've already had the buffet car. And then this is a Midland Main Line, although ran on the East Coast as well, in Intercity Executive livery. I call it Intercity Old, but that's only because it was on that. That's how it was IO in the spotting books. The other coach that is, it's understated. I was actually disappointed that Hornby didn't do more with it this year in their recent announcement, but they did the 404XX series coach. I think it's numbered as 408 something, 408XX in Rail Charter Services. But if I just show you this, wrong button. So if I go trains and I go to coaches, Mark III, HST, and then buffet car. So the original buffet car that Hornby did is one of the 3 window types. So I describe them as 3 windows, as in it's got 3 large windows. So this is a 407XX series one. It's a TRFB. So it's a first class buffet car. And like I say, they've got 3 windows, and then these are the kitchen, and then this area here is the buffet counter. So if we have a look, this is the coach itself. So you can see there's the seating area, there's the buffet counter, and then this is the kitchen. And they have quite a large kitchen. The cross country ones, so the ones that would do the they would go from like Plymouth. Generally they went the northeast southwest route, which is if we look at a map, so it would be like Plymouth to Exeter through Taunton and Tiverton and Taunton up to Bristol, Cheltenham, then it would go to Birmingham, across to Derby, Chesterfield, Sheffield, Doncaster, or Leeds, because there's 2 routes through, and then it'd be on the East Coast Main Line up through Durham and Newcastle, up to Edinburgh and Dundee, Aberdeen, even Inverness at one point. So that's the northeast southwest route. That's how Intercity operated the cross country route. The other part, the other cross, is Liverpool, Manchester, and also North, which would go the West Coast Main Line through Birmingham, and then it would go down to Bournemouth and Dover and Brighton and things like that. So those were mainly Class 47s and 86s to do that route. So, hi Paul, how you doing? And hello, Mr. New Junction. So, so that's the route for those. Well, the buffet car for the 404XX series, they have 4 windows. So 4 windows. Now, I have already converted a couple of Mark III coaches, but now the proper one is there. So it's fantastic that Hornby have gone and made a proper 404XX series buffet car. So now you can do cross-country trains. So cross-country trains generally operated as, they operated as 7 coaches. So you'd have a TGS, you'd have a first-class coach, you'd have a buffet, and the rest were standard class coaches. So, so it's this design. And as I said before, if I go to trains and models and my models and coaches, here's one that I did earlier. Let me just introduce that down a touch. So if you these are done using the 407XX coach with Shawplan window frames. Again, I haven't got around to painting it yet, but that is something I intend to do. I might make this a blue-grey set. So the you can see this is where all I've done is I've just used some done a bit of drilling and cutting and basically opened up to a full-size window, and for this one I had to fell part of it. You can just about see the ghosting on it, and then on the other side this is where the window was originally. So that's what the original window was like in yellow, and I just opened up the sides and then had to do a bit of filling there and made this window taller. So it was a relatively simple one to do. The big one is this one, which is one of the 405XX, which was the truck TRUK trailer unclassified kitchen, and this has no buffet counter at all. This is just a full kitchen. This is what they would use on Pullman sets. There were only a handful of them. They built lots of them originally because they were originally, it would have a HST set would have 2 buffet cars, but they realized they didn't need that many buffets, and so they turned them into standard local wall coaches. Most of them ended up on the West Coast Main Line. We're working with Mark IIFs primarily. So this one was a little more involved. You can see how didn't do a very good job on that, so I need to use a bit of filler and clean those up a little bit before I finish this job. But so that's the kind of work. Well, like I say, the work is a lot easier now. Maybe not for this coach, but certainly this kind of work doesn't need to be done. I've done this work before. I did commissions. No, that was just a paint job. Where is it? So this is a coach I converted for Charlie Bishop. Uh, that was quite a bit of effort. So yeah, I've done it before. Anyway, so let's go back to what I was doing. So, like I say, I've effectively replaced all the TGSs in that I needed, and picked up the 404XX series coaches that I needed to do that. The good news is that the coaches that I already had don't go to waste because I've used them in different ways, but also I'm going to do a bit of cutting and shutting to make some, to convert some. Let me just go to coaches. 3 local hold, and let's look at the details. So on the roof of Mark III coaches, instead of having a box, which is what you get on the HST type, they got 3 ventilators, and I will be basically chopping up the spare buffet cars, 407XX buffet cars that I already have, and I'm going to use, chop them up to basically make a splice that goes in here. So that's all good in the long term. Now, if only Hornby could do themselves a new sleeper coach, that would be nice. But anyway, so the other thing that I got was 4 rakes of Mark IVs plus a couple of spare coaches as well. And these are for electrics. So I'm on the wrong thing anyway. It's coaches I'm after still. Train formations, intercity, East Coast Main Line, and then so it'll be 2 standard trains. So the idea is you have one going clockwise around the layout, one going anti-clockwise around the layout. So these are 9 coaches plus DVT plus 91. I have 4 91s. And you might be thinking, why do I need 4? Well, 2 of them are like this. And then the class 91s weren't as reliable as they should have been. And as a result, they ended up having to borrow class 90s. And I have a pair of class 90s that I can use on this. One is an intercity liveried one. One is a rougher distribution one like this. Ironically, I'm modelling 23 in intercity swallow and 22 in rougher distribution. And the funny thing is, these numbers are things that I did back in like 1992. I've had a model list for decades, and so I'm basically fulfilling the things that I'm doing there. So yeah, this is an example of one on a Raker Mark IVs. And like I say, it's because the class 91s weren't as reliable as they should have been, and so they borrowed or they leased class 90s from Rolford Distribution. They used the 90Os, which still had electric train heating, and this happened in the end of 1991. So it happened all the way through until fairly recently. And then the final one is a Pullman set. So, that's HST Pullman, sorry. Yeah, I don't think I've got a picture. Anyway, the Pullman sets had, in fact, I can show you the, not that. I'll show you my model list because that's easier. There we go, Mark IVs. So, two. So this is a Pullman set which had 3 first class coaches. This is something that happened after privatisation. They made first class coach at least three first class coaches, whereas in the intercity era, the trains normally had 2. So I've got one clockwise, one anti-clockwise, one with class 90 on, and one with a Pullman set. And the idea is that when I make a fiddle yard, I'll have a couple of bi-directional lines which the 90 and Pullman set can sit in. So I can use them going clockwise or anti-clockwise. And the last one, and because it's like, okay, well, I've got 491, so that's one going clockwise, one going anti-clockwise, one on a Pullman set. So what's the other one going to be used for? Well, that's where we go into Mark IIs. So in the early days, no, it's not there. No, where is it? There we go. It's an East Coast Main Line commuter train. So when the Class 91s were first being used, they had a couple of commuter trains. One would go from Grantham, one would go from Huntingdon. It would go down to London. It would then be sent off to Bounds Green or somewhere like that for the day, and then it would go back in the evening. And this was pulled by either an 89, a 90, or a 91. And this is an example here of how they were used. So it would either be 89001, which is coming out, so that'll be exciting when that comes, and or a 91 blunt end first when it's going south, or a 90. So it's going to be cool to have that as well. So that's what my 4th logo's for. So that's those. I picked up these pretty cheaply, so it's like, yeah, get them. I got the Southern Region General Manager's Saloon, so that was cool. Really happy to see that. I went and got Kerno had the chocolate and cream liveried 121s, so I got 3 of those to repaint. I got an extra 117 chocolate and cream to do to use DC kits class 119 body shells, which I've got the kit for. I bought some some 144s and 143s. There's another one. And from Charlie to Real Track, I need to get in contact with him, but basically get the spares to be able to make a centre car. Also picked up the parts that I need to make 150-001. So if you don't already know this, let's go to units. Units, DMU, 2nd gen, 150, and 50-001. Okay, so actually no, before I do that, let's go to 151 first. Okay, so you can get from Bachmann a 151, and the thing to notice, of course, is the flat end and also the inward opening slam door, whereas the passenger one's a sliding door. For the 152s, these have sliding doors for the guard. So that's didn't have as many pictures of that after all. There we go, that'll do. So yeah, this is a sliding power door. For the 150Os though, of which there were 2, these had the same front end as a 151. However, they have power doors. So the idea is you take a 152 body shell and you chop off the cab over 151 and splice them together. Um, so yeah, it's a way to achieve the goal, and I've already got 154002, which is the other one. So now I've got the parts to make 150001. Yes, and I also I bought a spare one class 158 chassis. I had a spare. I managed to pick up a spare dummy vehicle, but having a power one, bought a chassis so I can make it a power vehicle, and that's to do 158602. And you might be thinking, wait a minute, 158 start at 701. Well, what's this 602? Well, in 1991 into 92, one of the problems that the 158s had is that they had a leaf fall problem. Now, leaf fall is a problem not just that train hits brakes and then slides on the sticky, mulch that happens when you squash leaves on, between two pieces of steel, the wheel and the rail, and it would make it a mess and it just slide through. But the other problem was that 156s and other units were fine because they had tread brakes, they had brake shoes on the surface of the wheel where it touches the rail, and that would scrape the stuff off. But when they made the 158s have got disc brakes, which are far more efficient, but unfortunately you can't scrape them clean by just popping the brakes on a little bit to, oh, I'm losing grip, says the driver, I'll just scrape the wheel clean by applying a little bit of brake pressure. So they had a severe problem, and not only was it causing the sliding on the sticky slick that was stuck to the wheels, but also they were disappearing from the track circuit, so signalmen couldn't see where the trains were on the top screen on signal boxes. And so what they did was, for just a few months, they put them with the 156 vehicle, and the 156 vehicle were, they renumbered them, which is nothing more than a piece of paper in the windscreen. So they made, so for this one it's 158 653 being the 53, so it was 453. Wait a minute, was that wrong? No, that can't be right. Anyway, they had a couple of these, so I've got it now. So I think that's the one I'm doing actually, 483. So yeah, so that one's as well. And then I bought a bunch of wagons. So I bought some BAAs to go with the Cavalex B BA, and now that gives me the full 14 coach train to do a sort of South Wales to Moss End via Demarsh. Bought some turbats, bought these at a show, another KFA for a Freightliner train, some of the new Rapido OAAs and the Vix vans, and I got 4 packs of the Cargo Wagon Twins. And then I bought some other stuff, nameplates, blades, spare bits and bobs. So I spent £15,000 last year, nearly just short of £16,000 last year, plus, and that's what I bought from Rainbow Railways as well. So 223 models. It was a crazy year. And then And then last year it continued through, and I just bought a bunch more. The one that's bonkers are these. I went and bought. I own 15 of them. Problem is, I'm now going to find 15 decoders to go with them, but this is what they'll become in the end. And bought some 86s, 85s. These are the Mark II Bs, which is wonderful. And I got the Mark II Cs that are just coming out now. And I got a couple of these. Those I got at the end of last year. I bought them for £10 for a pair, which was just bonkers. And I also got some more 166s, so I now own 10 166s, which most of them will be converted into 165s. And I bought a few wagons as well. Some, these ones are kits. So, in fact, almost all of them are kits. Yeah, these are all kits. And some bits and bobs. This one was a very good one. I went to the Great Electric Train Show, and the boss of DCC Concepts, we were talking about stuff, and he basically gave me a rolling road, which was incredibly kind of him. So that's how much I spent last year. So far, I have one loco that I've gone and bought this year. So yeah, it was a good year. The last loco that I got, the second to last loco I got was this one, a Freightliner grey one, which I got from Rails of Sheffield. It was 130 quid, which was a bargain. And that'll become 47324 Gloucester Day in Royal Freight Petroleum livery, one of the Stanlow locos. And the other thing that was incredibly lucky, actually, it's down here. Others, where is it? Appleby. So I was at the Manchester show, and someone had for sale a big pile of bogies. And so if I just show you what that looks like, so it's a wagony thing. So petroleum modelling, Shell, and TEAs. So so this is what an ESC1 is. So you can see it's almost like a curved piece on the top. Most and that's the other type. So this is a Gloucester bogie. So this is what is on the Bachmann model, and I have 11 of them, or was it 12? But I have basically, yeah, it's 12. So I'm doing a rake of 12, so I've got 12 wagons, and for the rake that I'm doing, only one of them has this kind of bogie. So I needed 11 sets of ESC1s. So to find 10 at a show, plus the one that I already had from Appleby from years ago, it was just like, wow. And not only that, I bought a couple of other kits with him for it. He was selling for £5 for a set of bogies, which is a bargain in itself. It's the kind of thing you find it and you go and you hope that they don't see the whites of your eyes as an holy fuck. Excuse me. Oh damn! This is such a great deal. So I managed to haggle him down to 45 quid for those plus 2 wagon kits as well. So it was a marvelous purchasing thing. So that's basically what I've been doing. I've been buying stuff, So yeah, that's basically what's been going on. But this is where the fun is. This is where I'm going to tell you the big thing that happened. So I'm into Japanese stuff. I went to university to study language. Sadly, I didn't realise how bad my agoraphobia was, and that didn't last very long. So, but When I was in my mid-20s, I went to university to study Japanese, and the plan was to go to Japan and teach English. And unfortunately, things didn't go to plan, and so it never happened. And when I had this money, it was basically I wanted to go to Japan since I was in my mid-20s, and I was 50, and I had money, and so I went. And I had a brilliant time. And so I'm going to show you what's happened. Now, I could go on for hours, and I'm probably going to be going on for a couple. Um, hey, hey, Charlie. Funnily enough, I just mentioned you a little while ago, about maybe 25 minutes ago. I shared the coach that I did for you. Anyway, so I went to Japan, and Japan is really cool when it comes to railway stuff. Obviously, you look at their trains and it's like, well, it hasn't got the hold that it has for us because, of course, we like British trains. That's the thing that we like most of the time. And so I wanted to go and visit lots of different places. And so I took my friend Chris with me, and we travelled all over Japan. It was a massive trip. It was 28 days and 18 hotels. So it was quite a journey. The weather was fantastic. When we arrived, it was raining. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. It was raining. But by about maybe 11 o'clock, it stopped and it became dry again. And then, went to Disneyland, Disney Seas in Tokyo. We commuted we travelled on trains all pretty much everywhere. So I'm going to show you the journey. So I think you might find it interesting. Yes, Paul, they were the Appleby parts on the club stand at the Manchester show. So I was extremely happy about that. By the way, sorry, Charlie Chadwick Model Railway. Yes, I am doing well. I actually started doing karate last year, and a year now. I've now been doing it just over a year. I started in November. The year before last, so like I say, about 14 months now. I've been doing it. I started as a white belt. I went through yellow. I went through orange, and I'm now green. And I should probably in the spring end up as blue and maybe even purple by the end of the year. So, I'm doing quite well. The biggest problem is I'm 50. And most of the people there are considerably younger than me. Many, many, many of them by 5 decades, because I'm 51 years old now. So it's kind of embarrassing with me and my big fat belly, and watching sort of, like 11-year-olds bend themselves like a pretzel, and me, I'm barely able to stand sometimes. So I actually did karate tonight. So yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm quite comfortable with it, but oh gosh, it makes me tired. Honestly, I lost 8 kilos over the last year, mostly thanks to karate. Although I lost quite a bit walking around Japan as well. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you on the journey around Japan, and I have. So it's going to be a combination of using Google Earth stuff and photos that I took. So let me get things in the right place. Okay. So let's go to the center monitor, and there we go. Okay. So I started in Manchester, and I got on the West Coast mainland to go to London, and I was going to Heathrow. I stayed at a nice hotel. It was a cheapish place, but nice hotel. Probably I think it's about here or over there, something like that. But somewhere around this area. So not just around the corner from Paddington. And then I got the train there. I took a few photos. So here is here I am at, you know, in the rain at London Euston. It's one of the first times I've seen a Caledonian Sleeper liveried 92. I don't travel around as much as I used to. So yeah, it was a little bit rainy, and was on a couple of I was on a Pendolino. I think this was my one, so that's 135, and I got to see my first Class 710 or Test 710s. I saw a few on the way in, but this is the first photo I got of one. This picture here is just an interesting one because you can see it's got the lightweight bogies on it with third rail. So that I just thought that was interesting enough to take a photo. And then at the other end of that sleeper train, so this would have brought it in from Wembley to go back, and it's named Andy Withers. Let me go on the. Oh, that's not the one I want. It's that one. So from Heathrow, so I'm just going to zoom out quite a bit, so I can tell you the route. So in the past, if we look, I'm going to Japan. A straight line. If we go from London, a straight line would have gone over Russia, but thanks to the whole Ukraine war, the EU has stopped flights from flying over and into Russia, so they have to kind of skirt around the long way. So the way that and as a result of Russia, they're having to take a different route. So what they do is they head from London, they go across Europe, and they skirt across the bottom of Romania and Bulgaria, and they kind of follow around here. Actually, I can show you because if we look at Flight Radar 24, which is a really useful website. So these are the planes that are coming into Manchester right now. So you can see how everything kind of goes this way, and it skirts across the bottom of the Black Sea, because this is Crimea, and you know this is Russia here, and this is the part of, you know, this part is part that is currently held by Russia, which is just wrong. Anyway, so they basically skirt around the bottom, and they go, you know, this is probably and they go across China, and they go into Japan this way. So we flew into Haneda Airport, Haneda Airport. So we flew in kind of this direction, curving in. And if we look at Japan right now, it is 7:31 a.m. plus 9 hours. So let's go back. Let's go to Google Earth, and so flew into the airport here, and we kind of curved around and flew into this one. Now, you know, I'm into planes, I'm into trains, I do war games as well, but it's really interesting to see Boeing 737s in Japan Airlines colours. You would never see them anywhere near Europe. It would be like trying to see some an EasyJet here. You know, only the long distance international flights, you know, would do that. So, you know, it was interesting to see little planes in, you know, Philippines colours, or you know, JAL, Japan Airlines, or ANA. So yeah, so we flew in here, and we got a train, and we went. This was our hotel. You know, quite a nice place. And this was the local station. Literally, just walked down the road, and they got like a level crossing. You know, just a little thin road. It's amazing to see it in this way. And here's the level crossing, and there's the station. Very, very thin station, but you know, um, so um, so we went and did Tokyo Disney, which I've got to remember. I think it's here. No, it's not there. There. So we did Tokyo Disney Seas. That was great. Now I've got loads of pictures that I took. I took like several thousand pictures, over the sort of over the month that we're there. And so yeah, we did Tokyo Disney Seas. We didn't do all of it. We only did this part, and that was a big thing in itself. But it was really, really cool. We got one of the trains there, so I don't know where this first picture was taken. I can't remember. It was a bit of a blur, and bear in mind it'd been on a long distance flight. Oh, interesting fun fact: every single train station, every single hotel we went to, everywhere has a B-day in Japan. The flight going over there had a B-day on the plane in economy class. So it was kind of bonkers. So this was the first Japanese train I took a photo of. And something to bear in mind with them is, these are all the commuter trains. They're very, very flat-sided, I've found. So generally commuter trains are all flat-sided, but it's the ends which make them look a bit different. They're all well air conditioned, which is what the big box is on the roof. But you'll notice there's 3 doors on most vehicles. So so these are 1000 class ones. So we also travelled on a monorail. And they were actually quite good, very stable as well. Also, look, it's got like a Delna type coupling on it. So yeah, and there's the third rail for it. And it looks pretty cool, that train. So that was a bit different. And I think this is one of the ones that was on this section here. It may have even been this station, I don't remember. But so yeah, and there's another one. And again, very similar to the first one I showed you, the red one. Very flat size, and this one's got 4 sets of doors on it. And then you just get weird stuff like this. I don't even know what to say about this. It's so odd looking. It's like a bubble on it, and can you see how big the windows are? They're huge. Sadly, this is a limited express train, and you have to have a reservation for those. Now, when I say reservation, you can literally buy a reservation now and travel on one 5 minutes from now. You just need to have a reservation. And so it's just a weird looking train. And then there are these. I like this color scheme thing on the front. The sort of blue to green to blue again. So it's just I like that color change. Sadly, that was out of focus. But in Japan, baseball is huge. So yeah, Lions. That's another one of those bubble ones. You can see how big the windows are. You can see the seats. Slightly out of focus, I'm afraid, but so that was one going the other way. Okay, this one, I know where this one was taken. This was taken, went to we stayed at 3 hotels in Tokyo, so that was one. Another one was here. That was nice as well. And then the third one, which I think was the best one, it was a robot hotel. They didn't have people, they had a robot that would say things to you. And that was nice. Takes a couple of minutes because I'm streaming, it'll take a little while. One of the cool things was just like eating just going into a restaurant, uh, on the street and having something to eat, something like that. Um, and this was the railway line, and our hotel was just like on the other side. But um, convenience stores all over the place, opened like 24 hours a day. It almost felt like. Um, the only thing, the only problem I came across with food. Um, so I um, I'm kind of adventurous. I wanted to try everything. The only problem when it came to food, hey Jim, we need to get in contact. I had a really horrible absent mind, so I'll get in contact with him on Facebook, and we'll have a chat sometime. Anyway, so one of the things that happened when it came to food was that I could be adventurous, and I don't really like things too spicy, so it was a bit of a gamble in that respect. But most of the time, I could just say, look at a picture, or look at because sometimes they'd have like bowls of what you would get. It was like plastic food almost. A bit like having plastic, fruit in a bowl. It's not really there for eating. It's to show, it's just an artistic thing. Well, in this case, it's like, here's what you could have, if you buy buy this. And so I was quite adventurous. I could just point and say, I'll have that, please. And so, that's what I would do. Now, my friend, unfortunately, at the start of last year, came to visit me, and while we were there, he had a stroke. It wasn't a big stroke or anything. It was just like his leg kind of went a bit clumpy. When you've had you've been sort of sitting badly or something like that, and you get like you get a dead leg, and when you try walking on it, you end up sort of clumpy. That's basically what it was like. And well, the problem is, Japanese diet has a lot of salt in it. And one of the things you need to stay away from when you've had high blood pressure and heart condition types, something like a stroke, stay away from salt. And so for me, I could just point and say, that looks nice, I'll have that, please. Whereas if it wasn't written in English and have an idea what it was, it's like, I don't know, I can't eat that, I don't know what's in it. So that made things a little bit awkward. Not so much I was annoyed at my friend for it. It was just like, oh, that's disappointing that this has to be a consideration. Whereas for me, it wasn't something I had to consider at all. So, you have to think about your friends. So that was that one. And. This was one train away from Akibara, which is one of the big major stations, and sort of up here and sort of down about here somewhere was a brilliant model shop for playing stuff, and there's a Warhammer store there, so I went to Warhammer Tokyo, which was cool, and so yeah, lots of stuff. Actually, I've got another picture I'm going to share with you for a moment. I'm going to have to open up a new one because I don't want to lose the space. So let me just change that. Okay, so Japan trip. Phone. Come on. Okay, so one of the funny things in Japan, there is something called English. Now, English is how they say English. Actually, when they describe England, if English is a language, they would call it Igirisu, because it's based upon what the Dutch the Dutch word for English, and then they're going to turn that into, so anyway. So one of the things that was kind of comical is when they try to translate Japanese stuff, Japanese, text lettering into English. And sometimes they don't do a great job of it. So, for example, let's imagine an air freshener that the slogan is, "It'll make you, make the worries of your time, make your worries disappear. You'll feel so relaxed. It'll make make you feel so relaxed that your worries will disappear." But when they turn it into English, it ends up sounding like, will empty your brain of thoughts. And that's quite funny. And so we went to a rather pretentious restaurant in Matsumoto, and what they had for sale was horse stabbing. Horse stabbing. And it's like, I don't know what that is. So I think I might not try that. Actually, you know what? I've not actually done this. I should do it, but let's give it a try. Okay, let's see if this will work. Okay, let me just okay, so got my phone, and one of the things that you can get these days is Google Translate. And with Google Translate, I'm guessing this will probably come up too, it's too bright, but not only can you enter text, but you can also use your camera. And so what I can do is I can press the camera and I can have it selected for, English and Japanese. And what I can do is I can hold it up and look at it, and horse. Yeah, it still says horse stabbing. Okay, that's not great. Yeah, it says horse stabbing. Okay. I was wondering whether it might be a bit better, but it would appear not. So yeah, so horse stabbing. Now I don't know what horse stabbing was. It could be, horseradish based. It could be cuts of horse meat. I lived in Germany for 3 years. I've eaten frikadellas, which are horse burgers. I like them; they're really good. But horse stabbing, I don't know what that is. So it's like it could be that. But every now and again, we go into a restaurant, and they would have a fish tank, and you could say, "I'll have that one, please," and point at it, and they would then turn it into your meal. And I just sort of had this idea, sort of like, a third option in my mind was out the back is a horse, and if you ask for that, you just next thing you know, you're hearing "Rrr, rrr," as a horse is getting stabbed. So, you know what? I think I'll not have that one. But it was funny to have it on a menu. So, anyway, so so this one here, this is up in the northeast, and so we went to an airfield, a military airfield, in the northeast, and I've forgotten the name of it now. That's not it. I've forgotten the name of it. Does it have it written down? Often they have it written on the ground. Anyway, it's where the cargo planes go. So we got the train to this station here, which is where that is. That photo was taken, and we just sort of walked down this road and down the back here, and so there. And I got some pictures of helicopters and a little civilian plane, and these as well. So that was quite cool. So yeah, we spent 4 days in so we spent 4 days in the Tokyo area, and then we got the and like I said, I like this style. Again, it's got that blue, green, blue style on it, and I just love the look of these ones. They're my favourite sort of commuter EMU. So for the next thing that we did was we went north. So we went from Tokyo, and we went on the Shinkansen, which goes all the way north, and it goes up here. So it's this blue line here, and it goes underground through a tunnel, and it pops back out. No, it's still underground there, and it pops out here. Now, interesting, an interesting little bit for you. Oh yeah, that was a picture I took at the Disney Tokyo. I couldn't help when I saw them, an Alice band with Mickey Mouse hands on. My brain went into Tommy Cooper just like that. Couldn't help it. Apologies for showing a picture of my friend sleeping, but Japanese bullet trains have loads of leg room. Look how much leg room it's got. Bear in mind, most Japanese people are quite short, so they don't even need that much leg room. But the reason is because, can you see this foot pedal? When you push this down, this entire seating piece rotates 180 degrees. So you literally have so you've literally got a set of seats that rotates 180 degrees around. So everybody's pointing in the direction of travel. And if you're traveling with a group, you can just press your foot down, rotate the chair around, and be face to face, which I just think is a brilliant idea. We could never do it here because, of course, our trains are small and jam packed full of people, and so. But the Japanese Shinkansen system is really amazing. It is what HS2 would be if they started doing it in the 1960s, like the Japanese did. They did it in 1964 when they opened the first one. So to have all that amount of space was amazing. And it's not done on commuter trains. It's only done on the Express Shinkansen one and Limited Express, which has limited stops. So it's an express train. So think about Pendolino-ish type of thing. And not all of them have enough for room to rotate them fully round. And so what they'll do is, if you can imagine, there's your chair. The back would move, so it'd be padded on both sides. You can, when it gets to one end, the staff just go through, put your foot on the pedal, and they move the seats, and so you sit with your back against the other side. It's just an amazing idea. It's like, why don't they do that here? That they can do. Another little thing, and it's a minor thing. You'd be going onto a station, and it's not, it's in the evening, so it's not very busy, and the escalators would be stopped. But as you approach them, they would start moving slowly, and they would slowly speed up. So by the time you're at the top, it's halfway up, it's like already at normal speed. of an escalator. Saves energy. Something we could do here as well. So little things. Other things like when you're crossing the road, normally you get the push button, you have to cross the road. In Japan, they don't have that. It goes chum. It goes chum. And on the other side of the road, it goes chum back. And what it's doing is it's telling blind people the way to travel, which way to go. So it just like chum, 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 chum. Sometimes it won't just play. It won't just chum. It'll play music. And you're halfway across and you're like, wait a minute, this is a Scottish song. At one point we were on a Shinkansen line, and they have some like background music on, and it was playing I've Been Working on the Railroad All the Livelong Day. It's like, wow, that's really cool. So anyway, I just thought that was a little thing that you might find interesting. So so we travelled up here to Hakodate, and the Shinkansen only goes up to this place now. At the moment, they're building a new line. You can see this is them constructing the new one, and eventually it'll be going through, and it'll be going all the way up. It'll be going up here to Sapporo, which is where we went later. So so from here we got off and we changed to a local train, and so that's what this is. So this is a local train going to Hakodate, and this is Hakodate itself. There's the Japanese equivalent of a 153, maybe, single car DMU. And then they've got a tram network. Now, so I'm going. It's down here. And so this is the train station where those pictures were taken. So in fact, that is one of the trains that we travel on, and the 153 type thing was parked over here. So this is Hakodate. It's a port town. Interesting little fact for you: this airport here, Hakodate Airport, is where Victor Blanco flew a Russian, the Russian pilot basically defected to the west by flying his MiG-25, and he landed here. That was 1970 something, 74, 71, something like that. So he landed there. And so we went and we travelled on this cable car that went up on top of here. And, I'm guessing this will show you the view. So you can imagine it's quite a thing to see. However, we had a slight problem. And the slight problem was that we couldn't really see anything because it was extremely foggy. So Japan trip, and I've got a bit of video. Where is it? There it is. So there's the cable car. It was foggy. It was a very misty morning, and so you couldn't see at all. So it was a little bit disappointing. Like I say, you couldn't really see a thing. And so I made a little bit of a video here. I jokingly refer to it as the oh gosh, what was it called? The darts show, quiz show, bullseye. I kind of describe it as the bullseye thing. So basically, you've got a thing here saying, "This is what you would have seen Here's an idea of what you would have seen if you could see anything at all. So it's basically, you could have won the speedboat. You could have seen this, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be. So that was somewhat funny. But it was interesting being up in the fog like that. Sadly, by the time we got down, it had all disappeared. But they've got this. They got a little tram network. We got off at a station there, and it was the only place where the tram network was just so rough. The floor on the in fact I've got I took a picture of it. Japan trip phone. This is the inside of the tram. It was wood. It's a wooden floor, so it's very basic. And we travelled on a few tram networks while we were there, and this had the worst infrastructure. It's almost as if Japan went, okay, we want to have everywhere to have nice, but we know we can't do that. So what we'll do is we'll give Hakodate the worst one. And when I say worst, I mean, it was quite a state. It was just rough. It's just, it's very much in need of some TLC. This is a signal box, and it's a switch tower. So built in 1939 for changing traffic signals, and there were 6 of them across the city. So yeah, like I say, the road was a bit naff. So there was an interesting range of them. So then we go back to Hakodate Station, and we head off, and this is the train that we got. Oh no, sorry, that was the one, that was a similar one we got in. But what we travelled on was this. This is an example of one of those limited express ones, so you can change the seats around. And it was a very nice train to travel on. Everything seems to have anime characters on them, so this has some Japanese anime show that is based in Hakodate, and so they have that on them. And at the side of it, if I show you the geography, the map again, that's what this is. So they've got a depot, so storing stuff there, maintenance stuff in here. So yeah, you can see that's one of the trains that we were on, and that's one of the trains we got up, and the middle coaches in between, and so that's the one we got. And this is the depot, and they had a sort of a range of liveries on the different units. These are single car units, so there's 3 of them there, and plus another one there, so 4. And we also passed a freight facility, and they had these. Unfortunately, we were really unlucky when it came to seeing freight. It's like, we just start to move away, and that's when a freight train goes through, that kind of thing. So got very few. But this is a bit interesting because they're 2 locos in one. They're combo locos. So I just thought that was interesting. And unfortunately, so there's a depot here. There's a depot. And no, it wasn't that. There it is. So this was the depot. So when we came along this line here, and it's like, okay, we want to be on the right hand side when we left hand side when we go. No, we're on the right side going in. So when we go out, we want to be on the right hand side, the left hand side, and and they went that way, and it goes that way instead. So the only way to see it was to look across people. So, oh yeah, it goes in on that side and it goes out on that side. So we're on the wrong side both times. So that was slightly disappointing. So there's, and they're like Red Bear. It's got written on it, but taken through a train. So that's us on the left-hand side of that line. That was it. So yeah, just took some rubber shots. Okay, so then we ended up in the north. So by the time we left, because it's this twisty, windy line that goes up here, and is it that way? No, it's that way. Goes that way and goes up to here, and so we went to Sapporo. And just to give you an idea of a scale, this is the city of Sapporo. It's a good size. I mean, let's just chuck miles on, and it's like 18 miles across, and this is in the freezing cold north. This is like going up to the top of Scotland kind of thing. Imagine Inverness being this big, and this is the hotel we stayed at. Most hotels were somewhat nondescript. Just they were nice, they were good. They had the facilities that you need. And so I think is that the station? Or no, it's that one. There it is. There's a depot here as well. And so that's where we went to. And our hotel was there. There it is. So. Now the good thing about traveling in Japan, the food was good, but also everything was cheap there. Just to give you an idea, you'd be paying about maybe for two of us plus like 3 rounds of colas, and I'd have a alcoholic thing. There was something called a mesru, which is a plum liqueur, very very nice. So I had like one of those several times, and one in each restaurant type thing. Well, no, that sounds like I had a lot more than I did. Every now and again I'd get one, but they, so you'd be paying about 3,500 yen for like a Japanese meal. I used chopsticks the entire time. Anyway, so you'd have a Japanese meal and like 3 rounds of colas, and 3,500 yen is the kind of money you'd pay. 1,000 yen was a fiver. So for 15 to 17 quid, you'd get a good meal. So it was an absolute bargain for 2 people. That was a bargain. I mean, you'd be looking at £25 for a good meal per person in the UK. So, like I say, the money spread very, very well. So from there, we went to the Chitose Airport. There's the train station, and both my friend and I, we got the train into Chitose. So both of us like planes, and we got to see some cool planes. Nice thing is the airport has a nice viewing area, so you can just stand here and watch the planes come in and out and go. So that was really nice. And they've also got a military airfield here as well, so they had some F-15s parked up and other things, so that was really cool to see as well. Japanese, the JASDF, Japanese Self-Defense Force, the Air Force. Bear in mind, they don't call it, for example, we went to the Japanese naval facility, although they don't call it a navy. It's a marine self-defense force, because they're not, it's a part of their constitution that they are not allowed to be a military force as we might have or the Americans have or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, so it was cool to see that, and while we were there, so this was the tram network in Sapporo, and this is the airport train station. That's another one of those type of trains we travelled on. Okay, so the next place is Tomakomai, which is down here. So we travel from there to here, and where is it? There's the station. There it is. No, that's the freight facility. That's it's there. Then it's here. There it is. So that's here. So it has a little shed here. I wonder what this picture's like. Oh, that's the signal box. Yeah. And so they had one of these, which looks, cause it has probably a class 150-ish type of thing, equivalent. I thought it was quite nice the way they got this sort of green and yellow, and it goes to a lime in the middle. It's a nice little touch. And that's a 2-car set. There's another one of those, quite ugly looking from our point of view. Interesting that they got the curved window, a bit like 310s used to have, and 319s, 309s, sorry. And there's one of the single car version. It's kind of much squarer, but I don't know. I quite like this kind of shape. Anyway, and this is the train that we caught down. Another one just took a picture of the bogie. I just thought it was an interesting design. And there's 3 single car units. And there's the corridor connection between 2 vehicles. And oh, sorry. Okay, so I don't think I took a picture of the train we caught. Or wait a minute, was it? No, it's not that. Okay, this. So our next stop. So we travelled from here, and we went all the way down, and we travelled on the back to the Shinkansen line, and went through, and we went to Amori. So, to be honest, I haven't really got a lot to say about Amori, except for that the hotel room we stayed at was a bit garbage. It had, that kind of thing back in the 80s when people had like pink bathrooms furniture. It was a bit like that. It would have been a nice place back in 1985, but that was probably the last time that it had an overhaul. So it was a bit compared to everywhere else, but it was still fine. It had a bed, it was comfy, I slept, and that was all great. And so but we didn't really do anything there, unlike we did in Sapporo. We walked around a bit and looked at things, but this it was a bit rubbish. So from here we travelled to the Shinkansen line, which is here, Shinamori. Shin is the express route, so we travelled on here, and we travelled on something a bit like this, and this is another one on the way out, and this is one of the bullet trains. So this is Shin Amori, and they're quite amazing. I actually went and bought a pair of chopsticks in this design. These were the first Shinkansen as well. So this is what we got going north. And so we went down to Morioka. So let's That's a little further down. And so Morioka is where the Shinkansen line splits. So you've got the turquoise ones that go this way, and then there are red ones, and they go east to Akita. We didn't go that way. So that's this is where they joined two trains together. You can see how it all opens up, and there's one of the other ones. So they look pretty much the same thing almost, and they join together like that. And so they separate, and one goes they go in different directions. So yeah, that was just a little bit different. Okay, so we went to Utsunomiya, and that's where we changed. I think it was I'm sorry. I don't know how long I've been talking without my audio on. Oh, gee. Okay, so I will go back and tell you what happened. Oh, this is the short version. So we travelled on here. We went on a tramway line that went up like this and back to Toyama. I got on a my friend went off and took a trip down here up into the mountains, and I went off to a model shop that was down here, and that's the depot for it, and they had this little tiny shunter there which I showed before. So I was saying about how we got a tram and we went north, and we went to here, up here. This is the end of the line, and we walked on here and up onto the beach, and it was it wasn't a golden beach, but it was sand. It was enough to walk barefooted on. I was wearing sandals, and there was a capsized ship there. Got a nice picture of the sunset. But what I was saying out with this picture of me, wait a minute. Hang on, where am I at? Yeah, okay. So this is the tram getting to the end. This is the end of the line, and like I say, we walked off to the sort of left behind us. Yeah, sorry about that. I must have knocked the microphone off somehow. Anyway, so one of the problems that I had while I was there, and it's the reason why I'm sharing a picture of me, is that I got dehydrated quite badly is an exaggeration, because of course, I mean, I didn't have to go to hospital, I didn't have sunstroke or anything like that. It was so hot most of the time. You're talking 30 degrees ish, 27, 30 degrees kind of mark. So it was hot all of the time. And I ended up getting dehydrated, and there were two things that physical symptoms. The first one is that the roof of my mouth dried up, so I couldn't really get any spit for for 3 weeks. It was the best way I can describe it is, imagine having some light sandpaper stuck to the roof of your mouth where your tongue would hit the top of your mouth. That was dry. It was just it. I couldn't get any spit on it. I couldn't seem to get enough hydration to clear that up, so it was a bit rough. Anyway, so that was the first symptom. The other one is that I got my feet swelled up like crazy. Honestly, it was, my feet just ballooned. Okay, and it's like, you can feel. I'd had an edema before, but this one was a bit more, and it was like, it was just all fluid inside. It didn't hurt. I didn't have any pain. There was just this sense of your skin being stretched. That's the best way I can describe it. And just to give you an idea of how much, so I'm very much overweight. I'm 6'4", so it doesn't look quite so bad. But when I left, I weighed 135.5 kilos. I spent 28 days walking all over Japan, and when I got home I thought, well, let's see how much weight I've lost. And when I weighed myself, I was 134.25. I was thinking, crikey, I thought I would have lost more than a kilo. A lot more than just over a kilo in a month with all this exercise I've been doing. And 4 days later, I weighed myself, and I weighed 131.25 kilos. So I was carrying 3 kilos of fluid in my feet. That's an idea of how dehydrated I got. So it was a bit rough, I can't remember why. Maybe in Jade Kingdom, maybe I took a picture of. But anyway, so then Uh, so we went. So from Nagano, from Toyama, we went back on the Shinkansen line, but instead of going all the way to Nagano and then on this zigzaggy line across here to Matsumoto, which is where we're going, decided that we would go this way. So we got off at so we got on at Oitagawa station, and this is the train we're on. It like a little, 1990s rail bus type of thing, and we travelled south on that, and it was on this twisty little railway line. This is the flat part, and then it started to go through, and it basically we followed the river, so it was twisting around on this river, and the water was amazingly clear. Normally I only take a picture of the trains, but I've actually kept the pictures here for this, and this is the view out of the window. And some of the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen. Just following this river, and the river was not very strong because it was the summer, of course. In the winter, when the weather comes in, it's a much bigger river. You can see it's wide for a reason, and it's glacial. This is snow on the top of some of the mountains that we're traveling down. Track machine, so a snowblower. I was just following this, like I say, this beautiful scenery. You can see how clear the water is because the water is glacial. This is not like British rivers, which are full of sewage. No, this was so clear and beautiful. Like I say, you can see how wide it is. This can be full of water during the winter and the spring when the ice starts to melt. But it was just beautiful, just so clear to see. This is a hydroelectric site, but this is just the river. Look how clear this is. This turquoisey blue, water. So it was just, mesmerizing, just wiggling down this river. Through the trees, and just everything was so green, and just these charming little buildings, so it was beautiful. It really, really, really was beautiful, so yeah, I took lots of pictures on this route. There you go, more river. So yeah, so this is the end of this journey, which was Minami. So let's go for Minami. No, that can't be it. Let's just double check. No, it's not there. To go. There it is, Minami. So there really wasn't very much there. We just stayed at the station. It was about 3 hours between that and the next train, but it was nice to just sit down and take a bit of air. It was nice and clear air and everything. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's another station further up. But anyway, this is it. you know, and the yeah, that's my friend. Um, oh no, so we got on that one. Then we got on this one, and then this is the train we finally got. I love these things. These look so funky. They look so cool. You can see the big doors on them for multiple working. So they're the E353 class. And you know, again, we continued down the line, and this is coming up for Matsumoto. So big massive snow plows parked up. They can be attached to these, I think. Again, you got paddy fields all over the place. So just beautiful scenery. You know, you can see how blue the sky was. That blend. Actually, do you know what it reminds me of at this point? Looking at the yellow field and the blue sky, it reminds me of the flag of Ukraine. So if you've ever looked, Ukraine, the Ukrainian flag is blue at the top half. It's divided in two top and bottom halves. The top half is blue, the bottom half is yellow. Blue is the sky, yellow is the main crop that they grow there, which is sunflower, for sunflower oil. So they were one of the biggest producers of sunflower and grain. So yeah, that's just a fun little fact for you. So that's what the flag means. And here's a train station full of bicycles. Many of them aren't locked because, you know, you don't have to worry about stealing stuff because Japan has very little crime. You know, but again, the beautiful scenery, you know. So yeah, this is just travelling south. There was this shrine or something up on the hill. I just thought that was, yeah. Crossing another river. Like I say, it can be wider in the winter, but you know, that's a beautiful coloured water. And now here we are in Matsumoto. So Matsumoto. So this is Matsumoto Station. So this one was important for me. So Matsumoto is one of the places I've wanted to go to since I was in my mid-20s. There was a Japanese drama show called Hakusen Nagashi. You can find it on YouTube, and it's like a teenage, you know, high school drama kind of thing. And there's the railway line, this one here going to the south, going to the west, the Kamakochi line, and I really wanted to travel on that. But we stayed in a proper ryokan, so a traditional Japanese inn. So that's where we stayed. We stayed up here actually, and it was lovely. It really was lovely. Although my friend didn't enjoy the low beams. But tried bumping my head on them as well a few times. But that's where we're at the place with the oops. So this is Matsumoto. This is Matsumoto Castle, and there's a picture of, and that's my bicycle that I bought, and then sold them back, because we couldn't get the bike rental place to work. So I bought a bike and then sold it back to them the next day. And it's got a motor around it. But yeah, there's the horse stabbing. And so I didn't have horse stabbing. I had some somewhat pretentious sashimi, and that's it. And you know, it's cold fish basically. So you've got, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different pieces. There's some wasabi which I did not eat because I didn't want my brains to come out of my nose. Um, so yes. So like I say, the big one was taking this. I took a few photos from here while we waited for the train, and so that's that one there. And then one of the 353 type went by, and I just love the look at them. You know, that's almost like devilish eyes of the rear lights there. I just love the look of it. I mean, they're really tall. This is an example of a limited express where, you know, the seats all rotate. So okay, so we travel on the Kamikochi line. Now I'm going to go. Yeah. Images. Trains. Foreign. Japanese. Okay, so in the drama show that I used to watch, they had these trains. So the Kamikochi line. Let me show you the map first, so you can get an idea what it is and where it goes. So it's just this little line that goes east. Sorry, excuse me, goes west, and goes to here, and goes to Shimamashima here, and this leads to the Kamikochi mountains. So the Kamikochi mountains, they do a lot of hiking there and so on. So that's this little railway line that goes here, and then at Nimura, in the middle of it, and it's a single line, but at, where did it go? Yeah, Nimura. So at Nimura, it has a little depot there. So, like I say, it basically goes that way and then comes back that way. And this is like a little depot, so it's two lines of a shed plus a couple of sidings here, and that's about it. Now, in the past, I was disappointed not to see it, but so they had one of the old units. They painted it in original colours. Sadly, it's gone now. Probably got scrapped. But so this is the route it was. So the trains I showed you, those ones, they didn't have any air conditioning, and they were replaced with new better ones that did have air conditioning. Now because it's a private line with limited amount of funding, it basically uses second-hand stock. So it's a bit like Manchester commuter trains. Most of them, you know, a lot of them are old, but they're just still old. Whereas these ones, they spent, you know, like 20 years operating in Tokyo or somewhere like that as 6-coach trains or something, and then when they decide to replace them, these go on the market, and so somewhere like you know, the Highland Line and Highland Rail and Kamikochi Line, they will take two driving vehicles and put them together to have you know, and overhaul them, and they'll use them. So these were the old one. You know, these were the ones that I saw on the show, and then they were replaced with with less old ones, because these were like 1960s. These are 1980s, I think it was, and then and now they've been replaced again. One of the things that they had at Nimura, which is where this is here, they had a rail vehicle that was literally a van, and it's got a chain drive on the other side. So it was literally a van on a trolley, which I just thought was great. Sadly, it wasn't there, but I was hoping it might be. And then they also had this, which is a 1920s locomotive made by Siemens in Germany. So I thought, you know, yeah, this is Nomura again. That's the old style ones on the show. And what makes the show kind of thing is uh, in the show you would have the camera looking at the girl, and behind her another train comes in and it's the boy she fancies, so it was used as a prop. The line was used as a prop for ships passing in the night territory. There you go. Oh no, that's the oh no, sorry, it wasn't Siemens. There you go. It was American, Westinghouse, out of Pittsburgh, in 1926. So that's that loco, and I have that photo as well. So that was nice. But yeah, so I wanted to go here. It was an important place for me. So so we did, and so unfortunately those middle trains, those had been taken out of service, and they've now got new ones. And so we decided we would just stay on the train, go to the end, and then come back and stop at the mirror and take some pictures and go for a little walk. And and these are the new trains they've got now. So they replaced them again. So these are like over the last year and a half or something, 2 years. So this is one of the pictures I got, and I was really pleased to travel on this route. So yeah, they've even got characters for that line. Say a name. No, it doesn't. And this shows the era. So there's the really old ones. They would have had sort of, the early first quarter of the 20th century, or the first half of the 20th century. Those were the next ones. This and this, that's just the original colour scheme for these. So that's the ones that they just replaced, and these are the new ones. And there's the Baldwin loco. So, and we got on the liveried one as opposed to just the plain one. And so we walked around a bit. If I was going to build an exhibition layout Japanese style, I would do this. A nice, very simple one. But looking through the window, there's the Baldwin loco. So I did get to see the shunter. So yeah. So I was really super pleased to see one of these, the older trains still. In fact, two of them, one in the original colour scheme that would have carried in, in Tokyo or somewhere, and this is the ones that they got now. So, yeah, I took a bunch of pictures of the track and detailed parts. Again, Cape gauge, very narrow gauge kind of thing. And there's our train coming in. So yeah, we travelled on of it. So again, more countryside. A lot of paddy fields out here. This is they do sunflowers and they do rice. That's the main things that they do here. And so we're back at Matsumoto Station, and again, there's another one of those E353 types. They had long, I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it was 7 coach ones and 3 coach ones or something. I can't remember. And then there's these ones. I think these look quite nice. I quite like the curved round edges and the steps on it. Almost remind me of 465s. Where they got that sort of box thing on them. And then. So when I bought the bike, it was a place a couple of stations south. So so there's a freight yard there, and it was this place here. So that was the station, and this is the hard off store. So Hard Off is there's Book Off, and they sell books and DVDs, but they also sell like anime figures and model kits. And I bought a whole load of model kits while I was there. I ended up sending myself 2 parcels, sending them back home. And then so that's the Book Off stores, and then they've got the Hard Off stores, which is hardware. So your TVs, amplifiers, synthesizers, cameras, bikes, bits of furniture and stuff. So yeah, it's second-hand store basically, and so I bought a bike. It's like, okay, what happened was they had an app that you could hire bicycles, and we wanted to hire a bike and ride around, Matsumoto. But sadly, the English app didn't work, and the Japanese app didn't work for, wasn't readable for us, and also it needed a Japanese address ID, whatever it was. So I ended up like, okay, well, let's have a look at the Hard Off, let's see. And they ended up buying, my friend didn't want to, but I was like, buy a bike, can we sell it back to you tomorrow? And I was told yes. And the next day, after returning it, I was told, oh, sorry, we don't buy off Western, take back, we don't sell back, so we don't buy back from Westerners. And so I said, well, that's not what I was told yesterday. And so effectively they refunded my money. So I basically got a bike hire for free. The only problem was I couldn't take the bike on the train. So I had to ride back to Matsumoto, which isn't that far. The problem is the bike was a bit raid Japan trip. So where was it there? So the problem that I had is the bike had no gears, so it was a bit of a push to get it moving, and bigger problem is that the seat didn't go up very high. So I was basically I was riding with my knees near my nose, and it's very difficult to get a good amount of strength into your pedal when your legs are too high up. So it was very hard going. But other than that, it was a nice bike. The other the other problem that I had was the brakes were a bit squeaky. So you kind of know when you hit the brakes. And I remember riding behind a lady on a bicycle, and I'm thinking, okay, my brakes squeal. She's going to be surprised when these go off. So I sort of put the brakes on a little bit, and when it came to the red light came on, traffic light came on, I pressed the brakes, and she jumped when I pressed on the brakes, and she and she said, something like that, and I said a squeaky, and she laughed, and then she said I looked pretty, a nice outfit, so that was very kind as well. So yeah, it was a lovely thing. So this needs swapping around, but Yakuza station, not Yakuza, but I couldn't help but show it off anyway. Where was I up to? So yeah, on the ride back, so I'm following a road. It might have been here, or no, it wasn't that far. I crossed a bridge down somewhere. That's I think that might be it actually. Anyway, I went over a road bridge, and there was a freight train that went by, so I took a photo of it. It wasn't a very good photo, but there's the loco and there's the wagons behind it. Ineos. So, and this is the station that I when I took it back, I got the train back to Matsumoto, and this is one of the trains that went in by. That's Hirata, and there's another one. And again, I really like the look of these ones. The brown, not so keen on. I think a dark grey or something like that. But anyway, it was okay. But I love the curve, the curvy shape of them. You can see they've got doorways for a corridor connection. That's very nicely done. But what's really interesting is the back is different, because what happens is they put them together to work the trains to Nagoya. So yeah, and this one's a 2-car set, and they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6-car sets and 2-car sets to make them a bit bigger for the peak hours or whatever. And so yeah, so at one end they're curvy like this, and on the other end they're pointy. So this is the other end of it as it went through. I just thought that was a bit different. And this is the one that I got onto to get back to. Oh no, sorry, that's the one that was going through. Sorry. This is a limited express. It doesn't stop everywhere. So yeah, and this picture just shows. Look at the difference in design. The sort of very square and boxy, very and this one's sort of similar, but has a plastic end on it. It makes it look quite nice. So yeah, that's yeah. So we went down there. So we went to. I can't believe that. Somehow I turned off the volume again. This is quite infuriating. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how long I've been doing this. This is okay. I'm gonna have to start doing my changes more carefully. I don't know what it is that's turning the mic off, on and off. I'm gonna have to make a change on the settings for a moment. Hotkeys. I'll turn off the microphone button. Show webcam. Audio. I'm going to have to do them manually, but that's fine. Hopefully it won't turn off anymore. Okay. And the problem is I don't even know how long ago it went off again. Okay. Let's go short version. Went from Yakuza to Nagoya on that, and it was a long distance. Then we travelled down and we went to the Maglev Museum, Maglev Railway Museum, which is here. And so they had a test train, but it never went into service. They went for a different design instead. And then there was a new maglev design. So they're making a maglev from Tokyo to the west. I think it's somewhere like Kyoto or somewhere like that. And so that's going to be built within the next decade, I assume. And that's the design that is probably going to end up being used for it. And this thing here I thought was a shark's fin, or some kind of weird design element. It was actually the door. So I'm not sure how that's going to work in regards of overhead wires, or whether it runs off a third rail system or something of that nature. But so then you got different designs of the Shinkansen trains. So we have the 1960s bullet train, the original 1964 design, then a 1980s version, or maybe late 70s, something like that. Then a sort of late, 90s era, and then the modern version that they're using now. And I shared it earlier, but I'm going to have to do it again. So one of the things that I bought, I would buy, my friend and I would buy bento boxes, and bento boxes is where you have like a tray with lots of different things in the different cubicles of it, and you get some chopsticks with it, and you'll have rice, rice in there, and you'll have bits of fish, and you might have octopus or squid or teriyaki or something of that nature. So you'd have all these different things, and you just pick. It's like a little buffet in a little tiny box, and they're very, very nice. However, one of the things that they sold at the museum was Shinkansen bento boxes, and I bought a Shinkansen bento box, and so you can see the design like the train. I use this as a store for my from some modelling tools. Mostly it's my files, but I've also got my a knife and my pen vise in there as well. One of the coolest things that I bought tool wise, I bought it in Japan. I'm really pleased with it. Is my God Hand clippers, and these are brilliant. They're really, really small and precise, but what makes them different to normal ones is that they have one edge is like flat and the other edge is the clip, and so when it clips it snaps off much cleaner. I showed an example of it before, but I'll do it again. So a normal clipper, what will happen is if you can imagine the piece, when it clips it basically squeezes the two pieces together, and then it will break off, snap off, and so it leaves an indentation. But these ones don't do that, and that's what makes them a little bit special. So if you look, these clip off much smoother. It's a much tighter clip, but also it's flat. So I'm just going to cut the knob off the top, and you can see how smooth it is by comparison, and it's not got a pinched element to it. So yeah, these are brilliant. These are really, really good. Japanese, the yen isn't very strong against the pound, and so these cost about 14 £14, something like that equivalent. And if you try buying these in the UK, you're looking at 40 quid. So it was an absolute bargain to get them. I wish I'd have bought more. They're different sizes, but I didn't know what they were at the time, but they looked good, so I bought them. Anyway, so so I was saying about those are the 1960s, those are the 70s, 80s kind of one, then there's 90s, and then like later on again 2000s. And they had lots of other bits and bobs in there. These are limited express, streamlined one. I'm guessing this is the back of a train, or I don't know. This driver sits up there, which is interesting. And so these are different trains, how the shape has changed over time. And it had some interesting sort of power supply thing, so that's how it connects you know, through the overhead wires, and that's this thing for the power. But not that one. There it is. Anti-quake reinforcement, and yeah, so they've got it in a way so that if there's an earthquake, it won't derail a train already. So that was quite a clever idea. And different pantograph designs. This is a scissor type one, and you could press a button and watch it go up and down. And then there's bogey, and you could press a button and they would spin, so you can see how they work. That's the framework inside my, you know, like my bento box. Corridor connection. I saw class 37. It's like, yeah, that's not a 37. Limited express type train. Dr. Yellow. So Dr. Yellow is a Shinkansen coach that is on the end of a unit, and it will travel backwards and forwards around the network to make sure. Basically, it is a single coach version of a new measurement train. It's a test coach, basically, and it just makes sure everything's running properly. And then more different era, probably that looks like it's 1970s, 60s or 70s. One again, wraparound windows, which I think is quite nice. Little commuter train from probably the 1920s, 10s, that kind of time. Probably 60s again. And then this one's a structure gauging train, so it can go through a tunnel or a bridge, and you know, they can adjust the length of these, and they will bend, move, and so when they put it through, they can measure how much distance it is away from the vehicle. There you go, structure gauging train, and that's what it'll look like in service. So let's say what year? 1937. So I just that's the 1960s type buffet car. I think that's another version again. Track machine. This is clever because it basically, these rotate and go underneath to pull the stones out of the way, and then new stones can be put on top. That looks like it's made out of wood, so that's probably sort of, you know, turn of the century kind of thing. These are probably 1950s locomotives, and you can see it's a 2 Coco 2 kind of underframe. What was it? This electric locomotive was used for passenger trains. 172 EF58s were manufactured. It introduced streamlined bodies and was used for a super express train. This became an EL star. The Tsubame and Hato were hauled by the EF58 when the Takaina line was fully electrified. Streamlined body, long body, roller bearings. Oh, it's showing the bits. So, yeah. And these are like pairs of locos that go together. And then they had this nice little miniature railway, although sadly not much was running. So yeah, it's more like a diorama than an operating thing, sadly, or at least it was that day. And it's got a Ferris wheel. There were so many Ferris wheels. Honestly, on our travels we probably saw about 10. You know, 8 to 10 at least. You know, so yeah, it was interesting to take a picture from above. It gives you an idea, and you can see there's the Dr. Yellow 1960s type one. They've got a new version of it now. In fact, if I type Shinkansen hello. There you go. So that's a full unit that's operating now. And there's the one. There's the old one. So that's one of the coaches. I thought maybe I misunderstood. I thought they had single vehicles. Or yeah. Wait a minute. No, the new version will have a single vehicle that just couples up to a normal one. So that's what they look like inside. So yeah, this was a tiny little steam engine. I don't like steam engines at all, really, but this was a little tiny dinky thing, you know. And when I say it was small, I was almost the height of this. You know, there wouldn't be much of a step up. And then there's that's the like the bento box I've got. That's the real version. So from let's just double check. Let's have a look at the time. 5:04, 5:55. Right, yeah. So this is going back in towards the Nagano station. So it would have been probably up here somewhere. Yeah, about there. Yeah. So it's this area here that I'm looking at. Again, interesting. I just find the designs interesting. I think this one looks pretty cool at the back, the way the orange wraps around, and that's a pointy looking train. And again, you know, like I say, the sides are pretty nondescript. The interesting bit is the end that's bolted on. I suppose it's no difference than a 318 or 321, you know, looking at the differences between them. So this is one of the ones in service which we travelled on. And this way is the where, oh, okay. And these will translate as well. They change, and then it will say it in English as well. Okay, so we went from Nagoya Station to up here, down there, because it goes around the mountains, you see. Down here to there to Kyoto. So Kyoto is the old capital, Japanese capital, before I moved to Tokyo. And you'll notice how it's got the Shinkansen line and then the mainline station. So in terminus sense, think of this as a HS2, and that's Euston, if you imagine it as a terminating station. So that's the kind of idea between this. So we stayed at a hotel just up the line, and so we used, I think it was a subway to change to over here. Anyway, so this is the hotel we stayed at. And nice little place. You can't really see it, but it's down here. And so up here, you know, and just sometimes just the little things. You know, this building looks interesting. You know, I think it was a groceries market kind of place, exchange or whatever. and one of the places that I visited was here, which is the post office, and I bought lots of things while I was there. I bought a lot of model airplane kits. I do model airplane kits. So when I went with one suitcase with a small suitcase inside, and the idea is that I would then, I would then have a second suitcase to fill full of Japanese stuff, stuff on the trip, knickknacks and things. However, it didn't work. That didn't really go to plan. So originally I had the big suitcase which had my clothes plus a bit more space in it, because obviously I could get another suitcase in there. It was only a little one, it was only like this wide, this deep, about that wide, and probably about, well, you can't see, but half a metre tall at most, maybe not even that actually. And so yeah, that was the idea. Well, unfortunately it broke. The handle kept coming off. The screws that held the handle on, the arm, the telescopic arm, didn't work, and so I ended up buying a new one at Sapporo airport, and it's a great suitcase. That one is really good. I used it when I went to Plymouth for Christmas. Anyway, so I ended up using the small suitcase for my clothes and things, because one of the things that you can do when you're in Japan is they have luggage forwarding. So I could, at the hotel, I could pay some money and have it sent to like two more hotels away, and it'd be at the hotel when we get there. So that's a useful thing to do, because of course you don't want to drag two suitcases all of the time. So I can have enough stuff that I need, two changes of clothes, plus any medication that I take, and pajamas and stuff like that, and then just go, and then I can then send them off to to like two hotels away, and then I've got enough to stay at the next hotel, and the hotel after there's my luggage ready. So it's a good way to move stuff away and not be worried about it too much. So let me just grab a quick drink. Okay, so as a result of buying too much stuff, like Book Off, I bought a load of bought lots and lots of these like anime figurines that I thought were quite cute. Oops, sorry about that. Just bumped the microphone. So oh my gosh, there's only one person watching, and that's me. But I'll keep talking anyway, because people watch it later. So so when I had too much stuff, so I decided to send myself my own stuff through the mail, because that made sense. Why drag it all over Japan when I can, mostly empty my suitcase, other than clothes, and send stuff back home, and I'll get it when I get back, kind of thing. Well, the problem is I was only about like 10 or 11 days in, and I've still got like 2.5 weeks to go. And when you mail, when you post stuff to you, well, getting a parcel from America to the UK takes about 7, 8, 9 days, kind of thing. So 7 to 10 days. Getting stuff sent back from Japan probably takes about a week and a half, 2 weeks. Well, I wasn't going to be home to be able to receive it, so what I did was I sent it surface mail. That was a lot cheaper and didn't cost very much at all. It was like 20 quid or something like that. Unfortunately, I got hit by £38 worth of tax and import or whatever it was, you know, so, and for Parcel Force to deliver it to me, you know, 12 quid to deliver it from, you know, from the import place to me. So you know, it cost almost as much to get it delivered than it did to you know, pay for the import duties. So so yeah, that was a nuisance. Anyway, so I sent, like I say, I sent it surface mail, and that takes about, you know, they say about 3 months to arrive, and it's like, well, you know, at least I'll be home by then. And when it came around, I was actually worried that it wasn't going to turn up, because it was like 3.5 months before it arrived, and I was starting to think, at this rate, it's not going to turn up at all. So it was 1 to 3 months to get to me. That was what the number was. So by the time I get to 3 months, it's like at the end of that, and it was out a little bit more still. So so I was like, hope it's going to arrive. It did arrive, and I was happy. And, you know, weirdly, it ended up with, oh yeah, I forgot I'd bought that. So I ended up with more stuff than I realised. Anyway, so and then later on, I sent myself another box, and all it was, there's a place, I forgot the name of it now, and they do. Let's see if I remember what the name was, because there's one. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not it. Seria. Oh no, it's not there anyway. It's there. No, maybe not. I've forgotten. It doesn't even matter. So I went to a place that was roughly the equivalent of Wilkinson's when it was still around, and post office. So yeah, so I went to the equivalent of Wilkinson's, and you know, I bought some cardboard boxes and some silver packing tape. Excuse me, they have the ambulance going by, or police car. I think a smaller police car actually. So I sent myself like 2 big boxes, probably about that cube, so probably about 40 centimeters cube, packed full of stuff. I would take model airplane kits and sort of semi-dismantle the boxes to fit like 2 in one box. You know, one box. You know, and then, you know, things like that. So I had to split things around a bit in order to fit everything in. But the prices were fantastic, so that's the reason why I bought them. You know, such good prices. You're talking about half price, even after I've paid the import prices. You know, so yeah, it was absolute bargain. Kits you can't always get, kits that you find really cheap. Or sorry, kits you find cheap that are normally not very cheap at all. So so after, you know, went there, and so up here is a big crossroads, and one of the cool things at the crossroads is one of the stores that I really like. Well, it's not. It's a convenience store, Combina, and combis. Yeah. Anyway, 7-Eleven. They sold a really, really lovely kiwi soda. I love that one a lot. But at the junction of this is a station. So there's 2 stations. There's one there which is the main station, and it's underground. And then there's this one here, which is Omiya. So Shijo Omiya Station, um, and it's a cute little uh, it's a cute little line with trams. Basically, it's like little trams, and it's a nice little line, and nice like stock on it, and so yeah, that's what it looks like, and use that to get up to the bamboo forest. So bamboo forest, so it's down here, down there, and then round the corner, and here's the depot for it, and it goes up here and follows it all the way down here, and there's a junction as well, but I think it was this way, and it goes to here. And so you get off here and you go down here, and this bridge here is this, and like I say, it is just beautiful. Really is beautiful there. And this is the bamboo forest. So this is thick bamboo. It just goes straight, so yeah, this is not very busy. When we left, it was very busy by comparison. So yeah, so what I'm going to talk about is so Japanese religion. So there are two religions in Japan. I mean, there is Christianity in a tiny scale, but generally they have something called Shinto and Buddhism. So Buddhism is it's a sort of East Asian kind of thing. So you'll get it in like Thailand and Cambodia and Japan and things like that. So so when we were at Nagano, went to the big Buddhism temple there, and that was an interesting thing. So I paid, and I sort of did a service there. I just want to see what it's about. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods, but I do find it the cultural thing interesting, because Japanese don't even consider themselves religious, even though they follow these two customs. It's more a customs thing than it is a belief thing. So it'd be the equivalent of, you get married in a church because that's just the way it's done, but you may not believe in the God that it's been, the service is to represent or anything. People don't always take it that serious. Most people don't go to church in the UK, let alone, it's more a cultural thing than it is a thing. Anyway, so one of the things that so I paid for the service. Then the service, all you do is you take your shoes off and you sit on a big massive tatami mat on the floor, and you've got there were a couple of priests, and they would do some chanting and hit some sticks together and a little bell or a bong or something, and then afterwards, so there was a group of maybe 15, 20 people, something like that, and afterwards everybody's led to a tunnel under the temple. So you go down these relatively steep steps into a tunnel underneath, and it is pitch black, absolutely pitch black. You can't see a thing, and it's basically like a loop. As you go in there, it loops around and then come back up, and it's all wood. And but what you do is you keep your hand against the wall, and so what happens? You're not allowed to turn any lights on or anything. It's all you have to do it in the darkness, and what it represents is hell. So it's the descent into hell. Now, bear in mind that this is not like the Christian hell. There's no burning and Satan and torturing and any of that kind of stuff. None, that's not a thing for them. It is nothingness, blackness. That's what hell is for them. It's just the absence of everything. There's nothing. It's just blackness, darkness, nothing. And halfway around, there's the key to paradise. And the idea is if you touch the key, then when you die, you go to paradise. And the key, it's in this case, it was like a door knocker. So, like knock kind of thing. It was like a door knocker. So, but it was vertically. So you got like two hinged pieces. With a bar and a knob top and bottom, and it just rotates backwards and forwards. That's it. And then when you come out of the tunnel, and if you touch it, like I say, you've got the key to paradise. So when you come out, it's been reborn. That's the symbolism behind it. Well, and it's like, and the signs are like, keep your hand on the wall. The key is at waist height. So I'm like, like this up and down. Sort of going from my hips to my chest kind of thing, because bear in mind everybody's shorter than me. Everybody is shorter than me. Japanese people, all of them. So I'm 6'4". I went to Japan. I became the sixth tallest person in the country, and the other five were Westerners as well. So it's a joke, but probably not too far off either. So anyway, so you keep, like I say, I couldn't find the key. So afterwards, went into another building, and there was a priest there, and I said, can you tell me what's the tunnel thing about? And he explained what I've told you about the descent into hell and that kind of thing. And I said, well, I couldn't find the key. And he said, you couldn't? I said, no, I fell for it. I couldn't find it. And he's, and of course, when I was down there, I could hear it squeaking and making noise. So obviously, it was down there, and other people were finding it. So it was obviously just me. And so I said, no, I can find it. And he said, well, it's at waist height. I said, and of course, he's only this high on me. And so I said, yeah, but my waist, because he put his hand to his waist, as he said, it's at waist height. I said, yeah, but my waist is a lot higher than yours. And we laughed because he thought it was funny too, being so tall. And just to give an example, actually, I'll tell you in a moment. So he said, well, it's okay to go in again or again or again, as many times as you need. Go and find it. It's important. And so I did. I went it, and this time, instead of sort of standing, just sort of feeling along, this time, and the first time there was another factor on the first time. So not only is it in pitch black darkness, but I went with a group of people, and I was first time I'm worried about bumping into the person in front of me for the 7th time. So that was a bit of a sort of thing. I had to apologise. I was like sorry afterwards with my phone, typed it in. Sorry about this. I couldn't see you in the dark, and so I then had to translate, and she could read it, and and she was like, oh, it's fine, it's okay, don't worry, but so the second time I went in, and instead of just like walking, I had my legs quite wide apart, and I'm like stomping lowly, like a robot, sort of dump, with my and I'm like feeling from my ankles to my head kind of thing. And eventually I found it. So yeah, that was, you know, um, uh, so that was kind of funny. The the thing I was going to say about a moment ago about height, um, when um, when I went to Toyama and we're leaving the hotel, so we're going down and the door it stops at level four, and a little old lady got in, and when I say little, she was little. You know, if she was sat next to me, you wouldn't be able to see her. She was really short. You know, she was like 4.5 feet tall or something. She was tiny, and in the lift, you know, with my friend and I, and my friend is almost my height, but you know, she looked at me, and when she looked at me like that, and she went, "Wow," just wow. Sorry about that. Yeah, so she looked at me and she went, "Wow." And you know, it was a funny moment. It was really charming. It's one of those things I'll always remember. Um, so so that's the Buddhism one. So when we went to the bamboo forest and you're climbing up, there's a Shinto shrine. Now Shinto is a Japanese religion, but it's, although they have deities, it's almost like good luck charms territory. So you know, uh, it's hard to explain because if you ask Japanese, they don't think they're religious. You know, because it's more cultural than it is a sincerely held belief kind of thing. In the same respect as, you know, like Christianity or Islam or whatever, you know, Judaism. So it's less, um, it's more, like I say, good luck charms, and it's an exaggeration to say it in that way, you know, because they do kind of take it seriously. But again, it's a more of a cultural thing, you know, that there's festivals and things like that, and it's about being around with people and having a good time and celebrating life and things like that. So you can go to a Shinto shrine and pray, but when you pray, it's like, you know, you're asking them to guide you to do the thing that you want to do. So it's almost like making a New Year's resolution. So you can have wishes and you can write them on a piece of wood that's decorated up or whatever, and you can hang it up on a tree or hang it up on a frame, and you know, it's like, you know, here's my wish, let's hope I can do it kind of thing, you know. And it's almost like, I hope I can do that, I hope this happens, you know. It's almost a bit like the old joke about you know, Jacob you know, asks God to help him win the lottery, and so he prays, and you know, it's like, you know, nothing happens, and he prays again, nothing happens, he prays again, he's like, God, why have you forsaken me? And God comes to him and said, Jacob, at least go halfway with me and buy a ticket. So it's kind of a bit like that in the terms of, you know, yeah, they have deities that watch, but it's like the patrons, it's almost like patron saints. Yes, that's much more better analogy. So it's the god of sweets, things like, you know, Hajimamori, I think it was, you know, is the god of sweets. So it's, you know, like I say, it's more patron saint territory. So so when they pray, it's like, help me win my exams, help me get my, you know, get building my model railway, or doing some modelling, or, you know, getting some woodwork done, or, you know, whatever, you know, whatever goals that you want to achieve. You know, it's like, it's almost like there's someone to listen to your New Year's resolution, as opposed to something that's, you're kind of like in your head. And, you know, have you got any New Year's resolutions? Yeah, I'm gonna, you know, tidy up the kitchen, or, you know, I don't know, whatever. You know, I'm gonna lose some weight, I'm gonna go to the gym, you know, etc., etc. All these sorts of things that we try to do. So So I just, like I say, although I'm not, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods. I do find other cultures interesting because, of course, how do you know who you are without understanding what other people are about? And so I went and did the service for the Buddhism thing, and it was very nice. Don't believe in Buddha and all that kind of stuff, but it was nice. It was, in a sort of quaint kind of way. Respectfully, of course. I'm not going to be like shitting on it or anything. It's like, yeah, I think what you believe is garbage. No, I'm not that kind of person. My way of life is, if you believe, fine. If you don't believe, fine. As long as you let someone's face about it, who cares? It's the way we are in the UK. So having that little, having that little thing. Anyway, so when you go to a Shinto temple, there is a way that you pray because everything is custom over there, kind of thing. So there is a sequence that you are expected to follow to do it. And so what you get there is like basically it's just like a little building, and you've got a box, and it's got like slats on it, and you put money in it. Usually 5 yen, because 5 is a lucky number in Japan. So you drop 5 yen in there, and what you've got is a rope that goes to. It can be a bell or a bong, or a bucket full of stones or beads or something, and when you it just rattles like a rattle. And so what you do is you step up, you put your 5 yen in there, you bow twice, you clap twice, and then you say your little prayer, and then sorry, I missed a bit. You step up, you put your 5 money in, you pull the rope, which is basically a doorbell. Come and listen to my prayer. The deity that's watching over this shrine. So come and listen to my prayer. And then you, like I say, you bow twice, you clap twice, you say your prayer, and then you step down, and that's it. Oh, so you bow twice, and then you step down, and that's it. So that's the custom of it. So I decided to do it. I asked whether this is okay to do. It's not inappropriate or anything, and I was told no, it's fine. It's fine. And so what I did was I did one of these. So I bought one of these, and I went and wrote on it because I do karate. I said, please help me improve my karate training to bring honor to myself, my dojo, and my senseis and my classmates. And so that's my New Year's resolution to myself. Or my prayer to myself of what I want to achieve. And again, you've got to do the work. You've got to put the work in. If you want to pass your exams, you've got to study hard. If you want to, build your layout, it's not going to build it on its own. You've got to put the hours in. You've got to do the work. You got to do that ballasting. It's got to be done. So that's the kind of thing that you do. So and the tram vehicle that I was on. So this is it. This is one of the trams I was on, and you look at it and you think, "Oh my gosh, this is so old." I asked how old it was, and I was told 1992. So this is the Golden Temple, also in Kyoto area. Oh no, sorry, this is I think that's Osaka now. Let me just check. Golden Pavilion, yes. Yeah, so we also went up here, so that's this. And again, it was beautiful. The everything, all the scenery, and everything's all clean. This is like bamboo as the edges for everything. So yeah, it's another lovely spot. So we did, like I say, the over here and over there, and this bit over here had a railway going across it. There's a there was a pedestrian crossing or something going across it. So yeah, look at that little bridge. Comes out of a tunnel, goes over a bridge, goes back in the tunnel. But where'd it go? Yeah, there it is. So yeah, that's the Golden Pavilion. You sort of, you know, wind your way up here through all this and back down again. So it was nice. The car park for all the buses that go there. So yeah, that was Kyoto, and this is the old. We went by this as well. My friend went in. I did something else, but yeah, that's the old imperial capital. You know, this is where the emperor used to live a long time ago. The imperial palace. Yeah. So yeah, it was nice. Kyoto was very nice. I can imagine myself doing Kyoto again, and Nagano Matsuma. You know, this bit up here, and that again. That would be nice. But anyway, so we're finally back. You know, back to the thing that I did talked about for 30 minutes and didn't realise the sound was off. Damn it. Okay, so next we got on the Shinkansen again, and we went down and across, and we went to Osaka. So there's the Osaka Shinkansen station. It's just a station in general, but that's hang on. Yeah, there's one there. So it is a Shinkansen one, yeah. So and then there's a railway line below it as well. But so that's where we are here. And so let's have a look. See if I can find it. Osaka Rail Museum. Okay. That's Kyoto. This one. I think that might be it. Yes. No. I'm not sure. No, it can't be that. Maybe it's that. Or that. That might be it. Perhaps not. Anyway, so we got there. It was on a Tuesday, and unfortunately, it's shut on Tuesdays. So we had to go on the next morning instead. So we lost the afternoon or whatever it was. So you know, these are interesting trains because they've got basically blinkers, almost like on a horse, you know, and they're to stop people riding between when it gets overcrowded, which is a worry. So yeah, while we were there, we just saw another almost ScotRail livery. You know, it's like a turquoise blue and dark grey, but you know, and then there was this thing which didn't photograph very well at all. Another touristish train, but you know, just had that interesting colour in the shape around the, you know, the curved windows and everything. So That was the limited express train. Um, okay, this is what we did. Okay, so we got on. We went to Osaka Airport, and we did it on a Haruka train, and it's like I say, so it's Hello Kitty. It's got Hello Kitty on it. It's all pretty and everything. Um, and so I don't know why, but I think the museum was like up here somewhere. Oh wait, what's this? No. Anyway, actually, I'm going to turn that off. So we basically got the train that went down here, and it went down here and down here, and then curved in across this big bridge, and we went here to the airport and took a whole bunch of pictures. So you go to the airport, and there's a bus that takes you all the way around to. Is it that? I think it's either that or it's one of these buildings. Where is it? Maybe it's that. Yeah, that might be it. No. Wait a minute. I know it's here somewhere. It's not across there. There's a bus that goes over here. It's a building that's over here, and oh, wait a minute. That's it. I think. Yeah, but anyway, it's got a place where you can look and see the planes. So that was pretty cool. So you could see all the planes coming in. They landed over here and took off over here. So we'd see the stuff come, and it would come from like, down here or over here. Would come up here and then go and then take off there. And if I Japan trip big. And when I told you I took lots of photos, I mean I took lots of photos. In fact, no, that's not there. There it goes. So this is the airport. So stuff like this I've seen flying, sort of past Manchester, but yeah. So cargo plane. Is that a cargo plane? Yes. Yeah. So we just got to see a whole bunch of different things, and again, seeing something like Japan Airlines 737, you don't get these anywhere near, the UK. So just to see these kind of things, Peach, we travelled on one of those. So yeah, just to watch the planes, it was quite cool. Can't remember what I was taking a picture of here. Maybe it was that's a plane coming into land. That's probably it. So yeah, this is the train going in, and there's one of the ones with the blinkers on again. There's a freight there's a loco there. I went past a freight yard and a Red Thunder locomotive, and this is the airport line. And then we saw this freaky thing. This is Darth Vader's train. It's like, dark blue, and there's the headlights on the side, and it's like curved piece with like a beak. So yeah, it's like a blue parrot shape to it. I've even got a crest on it. I don't even know, but yeah, Cerezo Osaka. And I think this is the kind of thing we went back on. So the next day we got to go to the museum after all, and there's another 1960s bullet train and a kettle. I just thought that was, not that interesting as kettles go, but I just thought, okay, it was quite prominent. A commuter train. That's what they were like inside. And there's a loco, passenger loco, probably 1960s. And more local trains. There's one of the bullet trains. They are still using these, I believe. And look at the face on it. Yeah, looks quite funky. So yeah, Rachel. And it looks weird with that bumpy box out there. I'm wondering if it's a coupling or something. I'm not sure. Maybe it hinges upwards or something. I have no idea. And this was a brilliant picture for me. So, like I say, I'm in a Japanese railway museum, and then I see this, and we've got Rocket. Now, bear in mind, what year is it? It's 1830, so we're only 5 years away. But of course, this year is the first railway, and is that the one? Can't remember. But what is interesting is this up here. Do you know where this is? That is Manchester. That's the Museum of Science and Industry in Manchester. This over here, you can't see it from here, but just over there, is the world's first intercity train station, which was the Liverpool-Manchester Railway of 1830 with the Rocket. And there is a model of Rocket. So there is Stephenson's locomotion number 1, which I think is that. So yeah, it was just interesting seeing, there's the first railway, first railway station, and here I am on the other right side of the planet, and then looking at a picture from home. I just thought that was brilliant to see. So there's another one of these little locos. Notice how it's got the got a big veranda, big thing on the bottom. It's compensation, and then then there was this steam engine, and it was built in Leeds. So also interesting. That's an 80s, 70s, 80s type of bullet train. Just a design model. I thought this looked interesting because it's like, oh, that looks a bit like an intercity livery, doesn't it? With grey and then a red stripe, white red stripe. It's like, oh, that looks a bit intercity, doesn't it? And then there's this dinky little vehicle. I don't know what it is, and then there's a big freight looking loco, and then this is a big freight loco. So these are the EF66 class, and again it's another bow, and a unit. I quite like the front end on that. I like the curved end and the sort of angled corners to it. So a freight wagon, and looks like a limited express. I find the designs interesting. And and I'm not sure what this one is because this doesn't. Maybe it's a parcels vehicle. I'm not sure. Maybe it tells you. If it did, I can't read it. There's another freight loco, or maybe an intercity loco, and this was parked outside. And again, it's got the blinkers so people don't try climbing on the ends if they can't fit in the doors. And there's a Shinkansen flying by in N400 class. So, and then we got a train back to the station. Then there was another one there. Okay, so this is a bit different now. Okay, so so we go from Osaka. So we're at this station, and that's our hotel, which is just across the way. You know, just walk down the road and it's there, and then walk back. And yes, actually, it was under the little tunnel, a little bridge underneath, and it was quite cute because it had this little railway going across the top. You just go underneath and what are they? And so anyway, so we went on the Shinkansen again, and this one was a long distance trip. So it was along here, down here, down here, and nope, we didn't stop there. Straight through. Keep going. And just double check. Yeah. So straight through to Hiroshima. So yeah, to Hiroshima. Now Hiroshima was quite a tough one. So we let's just double check here. No, the geography sucks. Do you know what? I've thought about this a bunch of times, and now I seem to have forgotten it. Okay, so they have a tram system here, which is pretty good. The only problem is it's a pain in the backside to get out of the station, because we're only going from here, we're going from there to there, but we had to go a long way around. So it was, you know, we had to go sort of out of here, over there, down here, cross over here, to go along there to get to it. It was quite a long way around. But the tram network was pretty good. So I'm trying to get my bearings here. It's there. Okay, right. So one of the things that we did, we went to the Hiroshima nuclear bombing, and it was quite tough. So I'm going to go here, and So we saw the nuclear dome, as it's called, the building. It was a prefectural office, and it was completely destroyed. Um, well, completely exaggeration perhaps, but you know, that's what it looked like, and that's what ended up happening. You know, when the bomb went off. And it was preserved by using some framework to keep it secure, and that's what it looks like from above. And so it is there. Just grab a quick drink. So it's an interesting parallel, you know, contrast, because you know, from here, which is where I've got one of my photos, you've got around you a modern city and then this ruin, basically. Um, you know, and again, very much like this beautiful blue sky. Um, so, uh, yeah, it was quite grim, and like I say, there's various different memorial elements around, and here's something to bear in mind. I'm going to tell you a story in a little while, but you can see how you got steps leading to the water, and you know, this is what it looked like before the bomb went off. And if you look up, there is the nuclear dome building. So so a lot of it's like wooden buildings and a few, you know, concrete brick type buildings in between. And I have a uh, okay, so this is just a picture from my phone, and that's what it looked like afterwards. So just a few concrete buildings and everything else, and people just burned. So I've got this little video that I took, because they had this really good is now, but they had this it's like it had like a haze of smoke over the top of it. You can see people around, so it's like a circle, and it showed what happened. So it gives you an idea. So it's a model, and so this is what it was like, and there's the bomb, and it exploded above ground. And it turned everything from houses and homes and office buildings to rubble in seconds. So there are three stories that pop into my mind when. So there are three stories that I saw while I was there. Now, if you look on Wikipedia or in, you know, history books or whatever, it will tell you statistics. It will tell you how many people died, how many people got cancer and died, how many people were damaged, etc., etc. These kind of, you know, um, stuff that happened, you know, but it doesn't tell you about the personal stuff. Let's go for something simple like, the Blitz in World War Two. You know, having hearing about Germany bombed London and buildings were destroyed and stuff doesn't tell you about the horror that people felt, the people's lives, how they were impacted by these things. How you lost your neighbours, or you lost friends, or you lost family, or soldiers that were at war, and they then learned that their family, their wife and children were killed. And it wasn't just London, it was Coventry, it was Manchester, it was Liverpool, it was Plymouth, all sorts of all over the country. So when you see Hiroshima, which was just a devastating bomb, that people would just, big giant flash and they were just burnt to cinders. There are in one of the museums there was a block, a stone. I think I took a picture of that one. I think let's just go find it. Huh. Okay. There we go. Like this one. So that wasn't it. That one. Okay. So there's an example. So can you see how there's a line here and here? That's a shadow that has been in the stone, but it's actually the opposite of a shadow. So if you can imagine, here in the center there was something there. So imagine like a piece of stone like this, and what happened was that when the bomb happened, this area was cleaned, it was bleached by the explosion, and that this shadow is where the light wasn't exposed to it. So if you imagine shining a torch, it's the shadow side, where the light doesn't get to it. And so I saw a piece of stone with a wall with the shadow of a human on it, where someone was stood in front of it, and they were just, immolated in the splits, vaporized effectively, and where the light couldn't see them, burnt a shadow in the wall. It bleached all the stone around it. So there were three stories that I remember quite well. So one of them was just a guy. He's working in an office building, and he needs some paperwork from the basement where they keep the files. And he thinks about asking his secretary to get it for him, but she's busy, so he decides to just go and do it himself. And when he's down there, kaboom, and the building's knocked in mostly, and he crawls out of the rubble, and he's survived. But he had all sorts of survivor's guilt kind of stuff. If only I'd have asked my secretary, she was a survivor. She was young. If only I've asked her to go and do it, she would have survived. I wouldn't, but she was young and she had a long life to live. She was killed. Things like that. And just climbing out and just finding a moonscape where there was a town 5 minutes ago. So that's just a simple. That's a light one. Then there was a little girl. She was 6 when the bomb went off, And in this museum, you've got a child's tricycle. You've got clothes that are just torn to shreds because of the wind. You know, and like they got blood and skin attached to it, and and all these pictures of people with burns, and and what happened in the aftermath. My friend only lasted for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes and had to go, but I wanted to see the impact of it all. It was gruesome, and and what was interesting in a kind of in a sort of observational sense, you've got this room with 100 people, and it zigzags around the exhibits. Bit glass with things in it, clothes, IDs, trinkets. A watch that has been had the time stopped at when it happened. Things like that. So all these little things, people who kept clothing and whatever. And you got these stories as well written down. And so anyway, so this little girl, she's age 6 when it happened. She's not in the city, but she's she gets the radiation, and she died age 20. And when they opened her up, she was absolutely riddled with cancer everywhere: lungs, heart, liver, brain, everywhere. It was just full of cancer. And that was it wasn't just people that were died immediately. It was an impact. Imagine living until you were 20. I'm 50, 51 now. This person didn't even lasted about a third of my life, nearly. Or maybe 15%. So it's 25%. Yeah. That was harsh. And then the I think one of the saddest one I saw was a young lad. He's about I think he was like 14 or 15, and the bomb goes off. He's not in the city, but his mum was, and so he went looking for her, and he found her, and she was like in the river, sort of half on the steps going down, like I showed earlier. So she was on some steps in the river, so her legs are in the river, because of course when it went off, people caught fire, their clothes were torn from their body, and they jumped in the river to stop the burning, but it still penetrated, so like, and a mum was, so he found a mum, and she was half in the water. And by now, this is a few hours later, and so there's a first aid post across the river, and so he's like, well, if we go around across one of the bridges, because some of the bridges were damaged, so if we go around the bridge, one of the bridges, that's going to take time, and she probably hasn't got a lot of time. She needs to be seen now, because she was like really bad, And so he thinks, like, go across one of the bridges, but like I say, everything's rubble, still stuff on fire. It's dangerous to try and walk all the way around. So he decides to swim across the river with her on his back. And so he swims across the river, and when he gets to the other side, she's dead. She died halfway across the river on his back. I just found those kind of stories so harrowing, and like I say, they're real people. They're not statistics. They're not stuff in a book. These are real people's memories. These are real people's lives that were impacted, and that's where it becomes real. So when we, you think about the world we're living in now, and we've got the worry about Russia threatening nuclear weapons if the West gets involved in Ukraine or whatever, is it saber rattling, or is it, could he do it? And this is the kind of impact of it. So it kind of brought it home, so that Hiroshima was kind of grim. to say the least. So, so yeah, that was one of the elements. Um, uh, so, but let's get back to railways because that is a little more cheerful. So, this is a mild weird one. It's the tram network is over here with the road on either side of it, and they just had this interesting spiral staircase. Even though there's like crosswalks over there, in the middle, they've got a you know spiral staircase going around it. I just thought that was interesting. So I took a picture of it. And they had trams. They had different ages of trams. This is one of the more modern ones. It says a 3-car tram. And we went to the depot. And if we look at the map, so it tells us here. So I think it was down this way, and it's down here. I think no, it's not that far. So it must be over the other side. Must be down here. Yeah, there it is. So this is the depot for the trams for there, and they've got a whole range of them, different ages. And nice. One of the nice things is they've got a little spotting area, so you can just go over here. There you go, and then there's this little wait, where is it? There's a platform, maybe that's it. Anyway, there's a platform thing over there, and you can just look at the trams. And so I took some pictures there, so that's what these are. So that's the trams. And that's a zoomed in shot. Interesting thing though, so they're different vintages. There's one from maybe the 80s. That's from this probably 50s or 40s or something. These are from the 20s because this one and the one just behind it, 651 and 652. Those are from the bombing. Those survived. So those are somewhat special in being the really old ones. And yeah, so that's one there, and the other one's just behind it. And these are quite cool because there's one bogie, and there's the other bogie, and in the middle, it's I don't think they're bogies at all. I think they're fixed because it bends in the middle. There you go. There's one as well. Yeah. So yeah, they actually have one set of wheels on there, and that bit there is floating. I just thought that was a bit interesting. And I must admit, the dark grey blue, blue grey, looks very nice with the lime. So yeah, there's an old one, and they're still in operation. They still use them. And then there was this one here, and this one here is also a World War II one, a pre-war one. What happened with that one is that this is a tram from Osaka, and when Osaka was bombed, they moved it from Osaka to Hiroshima. So from what I understand, this one wasn't in the bomb during the bomb, but after, so possibly because they needed more trams. But anyway, so yeah, that just looks so cute. You know, I think this one looks so nice with the flowers on it. It's quite pretty. And like I say, you got a different one behind it as well, which probably is 80s, 90s kind of thing. And then there's one with Chuggington. So thought that might interest people. This one almost looks like it's going to eat something. Look, nom 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 nom. There's the eyes, and there's the mouth. Okay, so then we got on a train, and this is the Miyajima ferry port. So so what we did was we got on a local train down here, and is it here? Wait a minute. No, it's over here. Is that it? No. No. There it is. Right. Okay. So we got on a train down here. Now the tram network actually follows the railway line, and it has a station here. So it's got it's got a couple of stabling point lines here, but this is the tram itself, and then splits off into here. So that picture I took was from about there, and this is the ferry, and the ferry goes across the river to Miyajima Island. So Miyajima is has a thing. It's got a gate, the big gate, and if you see a picture of one in the water, it's usually this one. So it's famous. And this is the I think the shrine is up on top of something. Oh, it's got a what's it? We didn't stay for long, so we didn't do it. But it's got a cable car. Huh. Anyway, so yeah, we went across on a ferry, and I've got so yeah, we got on a ferry like this. It's not that one, but there's ours. So the Miyajima Maroon, and we went across, and the ferries are all the same kind of thing. Some have got cars, but yeah, and we've got these, which I think are fish farms. You go across the island, and then there's the Tommy Gate. Is it Tommy? I forgot the name of it. Tory, yeah. So let me just. Okay. So yeah, we went across on the Tory Gate, and you know, it's so busy they have 4 ferries. You know, as one's arriving, another one's leaving, kind of territory, and they just have deer roaming around. Yeah, just one of them decided to go into my friend's bag. because there was a piece of food in there somewhere. It's like, it's like a giraffe focused on a loft. But anyway, so I went, and my friend didn't come out as far as this way because he was a bit tired, and we were limited for time. We only had about an hour, and so I basically rushed up, took this picture, or took a couple of pictures, and then headed back, and some people in costume, and then we were across the back across the river again. So yes, I'm gonna write that. And then we were back. And then we were back to on the Shinkansen again. Back, also back on the train. Changed the Shinkansen. That weird domey-looking thing is this. Has a railway line under it. And then we were off again, and so this will be, I think this is Hiroshima actually. Yeah. And again, this is another one. Walk down the end of the platform and then walk back, and just as we got back, a freight train went through. So it's like, damn. So yeah, there's a container train. So that was another loco we saw. An EF210. And like I say, 5 minutes ago, we'd walked, just a couple of minutes ago, we'd walked down there, walked back, and then 2 minutes later, bloody freight train comes through, so I could have got a good shot of that. Anyway, and then we got we were waiting for Shinkansen. One of these came through. Now we didn't travel on one of these ones, the Rail Stars. There are different types of Shinkansen ticket. Some you can use with the rail pass, because we bought a month-long rail pass, or 3 weeks. Sorry, it was a 3-week rail pass, but we spent the first 4 days in Tokyo. So first 3 days in Tokyo, and we were doing other stuff before we needed. At the end, we didn't need it at the end, so. As a result, we did 3 weeks of rail pass stuff, and that covers the JR network, but you still have to pay on some certain local trains and things. But it wasn't that expensive. Anyway, so yeah, there's the Nozumi ones, and these are. You have to have special tickets for these, and our pass didn't cover that, but they did cover the most of the other ones. So if you think about it, as like 1 in 5 trains you can't use, and this is the 5 or whatever the number was. But anyway, so the joke we had is no zoomy for you, kind of thing. You don't get to zoom on one of those trains. So yeah, but we got on one of those, which is nigh on the same thing. It still goes very fast and is very good. But what we got on was the Hello Kitty Shinkansen. And we timed it so we were on the correct train, because there's one painted like this, and everybody wants to travel on it and see it because it's cool. And and the thing is, you might think, oh, that's very girly. You know what? I saw a guy in his 50s, and Japanese school kids with their bags, they'll have a whole bunch of little trinkets hanging off them, little plushy things or whatever. It's, I saw a guy in his 50s with a Pokemon figure hanging from his bag, and a Hello Kitty one as well. So, yeah, this is quite normal. So yeah, to travel on the Hello Kitty one, is kind of cool. And so yeah, we travel on that to get to Fukuoka. So from here, it's down here, all the way down here, through a tunnel, through another tunnel, popping back out and in and out, checking it all about, and then through here. So we're going around all of this. It was quite a long journey, but it didn't take long. It was like it was an hour or something. Across the river, and then to through here to Fukuoka. So the station itself is called Hakata, but it's Fukuoka train station. And this is the city. We didn't go to the airport. Maybe we should. If I go back again, maybe we'll do that. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. So, and we stayed at a hotel just round the corner, kind of territory. So, I think that's Sakata. I just thought that was quite cute. And Shinkansen train with a robot body, because why not? Oh wait, no. This is actually, let's do it here because okay, no, it's not. Then we didn't go all the way. I've just remembered. So I think, did we go here? No. Yeah. Sorry, I just remembered. So we went to Kokura. There's Kokura. And they have a monorail that is here. So, and we went on that. So there it is. And you go up some escalators and up to the top, and here it is. There's the next station along. And so it looks really strange because it's got these like big bits sticking down. It's like they've got a trolley and then they stuck a train on the top, attached a train to the top of it. But a 4-car monorail train. And so we travelled the length of it, and it's quite long. There's that station. And it flows down here. And under all this. And it goes past the horse racing stadium. And like up here, the elevation, it goes up. It goes up and down like a roller coaster in certain areas. I think it might have been after this. And then it finishes here, and that's the depot for them. And that's the depot. So you can see other ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4 trams there, monorails there. So so then we went to so we got that there and then came back up, and then we went down to Fukuoka. I'm trying to remember that. Yeah. and at Hakata, which is again Fukuoka Station, there was this, and so we also went on a tram. Um, so uh, can't remember. I think it might be something like, I can't remember. But they got this tram network. This might be it. But it went. We kind of went like a big circle. So. Oh, right. Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe we went to there and then travelled a different. Wait a minute. I'm trying to remember how we did it. But yeah, we travelled on a tram system. It's this. Yeah. So anyway, so we travelled on this tram network, and here's a picture of one of the trams. So I've got this nice little picture of it here, and again it's another one of those, got a set of wheels here, in the middle is floating, and then yeah, so and then we were back, then we went to Fukuoka, so that was the end of the day. And the next day, oh, that's my friend. The next day, we split up. My friend went one place. I went to another. I went to another local shrine. Just thought I'd have a look and see it. And my friend went off to Kumamoto, and unfortunately, he accidentally left his phone at the station there when he went to the toilet, and so we had to go to get it back. So so Kumamoto is down here, so it's, how far is it as the crow flies? It's 60 miles nearly. So yeah, so he travelled down there and he accidentally lost his wallet, so we had to go. We split up. So one of the things that we had was pocket Wi-Fi. So pocket Wi-Fi is basically just a box. It's got a battery in it, so you can charge your phone as well if you need to, and you just charge it up every day, and you can travel any way you like, and it will connect to the Wi-Fi, so you can have your phone and be able to look up the news and etc. etc. You get a certain amount of bandwidth per day. We should have gone for the we went for the medium one. Probably should have gone for the higher one, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, when we split, my friend took the Wi-Fi. I didn't have it, and so we arranged to meet up at a specific place at a certain time. And so my friend, when he lost his phone, and he realised when he was on his way back, and it's like, oh damn! So we had to go and get his phone and come back. So amusingly, by coincidence, we got on the Hello Kitty Shinkansen again. So that was quite cool. And there it is again. And then so we went there and we came back, and then there was an underground system, and this is what the train looked like. I actually think this looks really smart. I quite like the curve on it. It almost reminds me a bit of it's got a door on it as well, which is, I'm guessing, is so that if there's emergency, people can access down. But it almost reminds me of an Angular like 165 or 465 thing, an Angular networker, sort of has got these angled edges on it, rather than complete bubble as we would have. So I just thought that was an interesting one, and also so yeah. So the next day, we were moving on, and we saw this. So we're now on Kyushu. So the trip that we're looking at now is a bit of an interesting one. So when it came to planning this trip, there were a bunch of places that I really wanted to go, other places that my friend wanted to go, and other stuff was just like, hey, this looks good. And so we literally used Google Earth like this and sort of went, and so I saw this line here that goes down here, and I'm sort of looking at it, wiggling away through here. And then over here, it doubles back on itself, and I thought, oh gosh, that looks interesting. Hey, let's do that. That looks like a fun little route to do. It'll take, it's the kind of thing where you sort of put like half a day to get to travel it, but it looks twisty and windy, and I bet it's gorgeous scenery and all that kind of stuff. And so that's what we planned. So we left Fukuoka, we went to Kurume, and then we changed trains. No, we didn't. We got the train, from there, but it went that route. And it turns out that the train is actually a tourist route. And so here we are, foreigners in a foreign land, in the summer of June, on a tourist route. So we ended up, getting the advanced. We bought an advance ticket for the advance reservation. We got one for the special train, and in a moment you'll see what it's like. This is a commuter train. It tells you on the front. Okay, here's a fun train. Have a look at that. Does it remind you of anything? It's a Japanese A train, also known as a Class 800 in the UK. So this is a Japanese train that is produced and operated in the UK, with the same technology, and there it is. So that's an original IEP train in Japan. So that was kind of cool. Anyway, so we saw a blue one, then we've seen the silvery looking one, and that one, and then here comes the train. So the Yufuin line. So this is a joy train, as they call them, and it's Yufuin, no Mori. So yeah, Yufuin is a town. It's a spa town. There's the Shinkansen up there, and this was a cool looking train. So it's an old DMU that has been fitted with a new body shell. So imagine a Class 156 or a 158, and they've gone and put a new body on it. So, and it went again. I mean, this is on the Kurume kind of bit, and then it started to go into the countryside, and again, like the line to Matsumoto, it just had this gorgeous view. The scenery was lovely. There's a unit on that line. That's just the stopping trains. In fact, I think that the unit we're on was based originally. It was one of these. So, and again, just through this countryside, and like I say, even the buildings are lovely. Just a little bit different. So, just you know, this little staggered hillside thing, and again the water's beautiful. You know, just following the river. Um, and it was a wonderful trip just to ride on. Uh, you know, there was a shop on the train. I got a magnet. Fun little thing. At one of the spa things, people came out to wave at the train. They know when the train goes through, they come out and they wave to it. I didn't get a very good photo because by the time I saw them doing it, I had already. I think you just see them there. Uh, so yeah, it was hydroelectric, waterfalls, and that was beautiful, isn't it? I mean, the only thing that sets it, you know, is the disappointment is all the wires. They've got a lot of Japan as electric wires all over the place. The main reason, of course, is because of earthquakes. So, you know, even in the cities, it's still like that. If there's an earthquake and the ground moves, well, if you've got underground power lines like we have, then it's easy for them to get broken, and then you've got to dig up the road and try and fix the problem and then put it back together again. Whereas with a pole, with wires, you can have it. You know, the pole broke, you replace the pole. The wires broke, you reattach wires. So it can be repaired quickly, and but it doesn't. It looks a bit messy at times. But you know, like I say, you know, wires everywhere. But it's still gorgeous terrain. You know, the scenery was beautiful. I'm gonna get another drink, but I've got to fill up my juice because I'm empty. The good thing is, I've managed to keep the microphone on. Yay! Okay. So, yeah, just continuing the scenery. Yeah. Okay, so now we got to the terminus of the station, and you know, these are popular things. You know, people like you got people taking pictures of themselves next to the train. You know, I even like the coupling has got a posting on it, and the drivers, they wear gloves. But look at the shape of it. You know, I mean, you know, you look at that. You could paint it red, stick some wings on it, and it could be in Flash Gordon. You can imagine it flying, you know, in Flash Gordon. So, and this is what the countryside looked like, you know, from this. And this is a little local stopping train, which is the train we got from Yufuin. And here comes another one coming in, so everybody's ready with their cameras to take photos. And here it comes. And that's the second one. The difference is that this one has a wider gold band on the top and the gold framing around the windows. If you look, we'll look at the first one. You see, it's only got a thin line, and this one's got more gold bits around it, so more trim. But in all of the sense, it's the same. Although it doesn't have the same coupling by the look of it. Yeah. So yeah, but it's kind of pretty in a oh crikey, it was called Art Deco sense, you know. And like I say, they're called joy trains because they bring joy. People like to travel on them. So yeah, that was quite cool. So this is on the two single car units together, um, and again the scenery was equally as nice. Um, the quality of the seating wasn't as good, but it's still fine. But this is a stopping train, so it stops everywhere. The bridge, and you can see it's all twisting and going round. The trap machine. And that's one of the diesel units that operate the line. The bridge. And Onigasi. Oh, a heron. A different type of unit. A tractor picking up I don't know if it's picking up the rice or reseeding the ground. But I mean, just look at that. I mean, it's almost like bonsai trees, but big bonsais, all trimmed, and someone spent a lot of time in their garden. That's beautiful, isn't it? Okay, this is a unit that's seen better days. It definitely needs a new paint job. Needs an overhaul. This one, look, paint all crackling up and bubbling off the drain. So there's that other type again. I don't know if it's the same one. 787. I didn't look. Let's go and have a quick look. BM3 787. Yeah, so it's not the same one. Okay. So yeah, there's another one of those limited express trains. Those go the longer way, long way round, but faster. So instead of, so we're going to Oita, so from Kurume, and we're wiggling away through all this to get to there. This one would go this way and across. I think it was that way. Yeah, so that would go this way and up. So it's quicker. So this is one where we're going to Oita here. So Oita station. We're not staying, we're travelling on a ferry on this trip. So that's the train we got off from Yufuin. And there is a better picture of one of the Hitachi A trains. And again, as I said, that's the Class 800 type units, are based upon this. So when you see a LNER Class 800 type, a GWR1, and a Lumo Transpennine Avanti now, and coming very shortly are the Midland Mainline ones as well. That's based upon this type of unit. So okay, this one is a weird one. This is the Asso Boy. It is a special a special limited express one, but it's for kids. Basically, it's got a playpen, a ball pit in there, and stuff like that. So you can imagine the little kids like, ooh, look at that. So, and it's based upon the dog. So yeah, it's a special train for children. I don't know exactly how often it runs, but yeah. So seeing that was kind of like, oh, that's kind of cool. I took this picture because I quite like the look of the units, but look at the size of the insulators. They're chunky. I just thought that was interesting, and it's ironic. You look at it and you think, oh, that's Greater Anglia, but yeah, and that's another of the Hitachi A trains, which we got. So we went. We were getting a ferry from. So we travelled from Oita to Beppu. Yeah, Beppu here, and we're getting it from about there. So so we went from Oita to Beppu, and then because we had a ticket that goes any time, we went back to Oita and back to Beppu. So we travelled on different trains, but one of the trains that we travelled on was this one. So we got an A train. That's another one of the ones when we got back, and this is a blue Sonic. There's a grey Sonic and a blue Sonic. Again, I thought the coupling bit on there, and also this weird bumper as well. So yeah, we didn't travel on that one though. That was going back towards Fukuoka or something. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go here. Zoom forward to here. So what we did was we got on a ferry. This is our ferry, and we so our trip took us here from as the ferry. Maybe even this is the one we travelled on. I don't know. Let's see a picture. Anyway, so and we basically followed it. We went down this route here. Yep. And it just follows a group of islands all the way up here to Iwatahama. Now, by the time we got to Iwatahama, it was getting a bit late. So I think it was here, and no, there you go. So there was where we got off, and just got a taxi. It was the easiest way. It was a bit pricey, but a taxi to Iwatahama train station, because we needed to be going to Matsuyama. So again, we didn't stop, but this is the trip. You can see there's one of the other ferries. So just a nice journey. It gets darker and darker. There's the ferry at the end. One of the interesting things, if you've been on a ferry before, you'll probably seen you'll have there's a seating area, but not on the oh, sorry, I did miss something. One of the things that we did in Kyoto was we went to Gundam Park, and they have a full-size Gundam robot. It is huge. This is the back of it. It is massive, and you can see. I mean, this is how tall a person is, so they would be about to, its ankle maybe. But this is massive, so I just thought that was interesting. Anyway, so There's the Japanese A train. Oh, actually, quick one. This thing here, Coolish. So it's a yogurty thing, and basically you get it at convenience stores. They have just as a screw top, and you just it's frozen yogurt, so you just mush it around in your fingers for a few minutes to loosen it up, and then you can suck it out of the hole. It's very nice, it's tasty and cooling, which coolish. So yeah, there's the uh, intercity express. So yeah, on the Japanese ferry, instead of having instead of a big seating area, people can. It's not a very good photo, I'm afraid, but basically you have an aisle. People leave the shoes off, and people will just lie on the floor and sleep on the big tatami mat. So yeah, they just lie on the floor. The kids could play or whatever. I to the right, sort of over here, there was another aisle along the other side, and I ended up chatting to a couple of Japanese families, and we were sort of talking, but I was like typing into my phone, um, we were just having a conversation in slow motion, basically. So I would type something into my phone, and then show it to them, and then they would speak into their phone, and then that would translate into English, and we were having this conversation. We didn't know the same language, but we were able to have a really nice conversation. So where I'd been, what had been going on, how, that kind of thing. And afterwards, they had some of those grab machine games. So they had like small, grab machine games, and I had to go on there, and like I won all the time basically. I kept winning. It seemed to grip very well, and I seemed to win all the time. So and all it was like one of those little clip-on things, like a little tiny purse in the shape of a pea, or an animal of some kind. And so what I did was, it was like a plastic ball, like these things, like a plastic ball, and it had like I say, a little zip up purse thing, little tiny thing, probably only about maybe 10 centimeters across, and just a cute little thing. So I gave one to my friend. I saved two for my friends in the UK, and I had another two that I gave to the kids of the Japanese families that I was chatting with, or there was like two families together, So that I thought that was a nice thing to do. So so what yeah, so at Yoatahama, I think it was, or Matsuyama, I'm not totally sure exactly, but anyway, there was this, and I thought this looks like another excellent train, like a circle. I quite like the design, the circle with the curves that go to the sides. Again, in the middle they look kind of boring. It's always on the cabs that make them look interesting, but I just thought that was an interesting, cool design. Okay, so we're now, so our train went from Iwatahama, and we basically followed it up here, up there, and I think, yeah, that way to Matsuyama, and we stayed at this lovely hotel here. So the train station is there, and very confusing how to get on the tram, because kind of, how do you get to across to this side to go that way? It was a bit confusing. It's not like you can just cross the road. I don't know how you get there, but anyway, so we managed to get across the road, and but do you walk on here? I don't know, but anyway, it had stairs, and I didn't really want to go downstairs because I had a heavy suitcase. Anyway, so it was just to follow it down here and um, and around here. Sorry, the tram stop there. And when I say tram stop, the tram stops here are very primitive. It doesn't even look like a stop. Look, it has no shelters or any signs or anything. It's literally just a bit of curb. The only thing that separates it off is that the rest of it doesn't have a curb on it, but this does. So that's the tram stop. It's very limited thing. But the special bit, which I'll show you in a short while, is over there. That's the special bit, but you'll see that in a short while. So, let's have another quick drink. Thank you for the 2 people who are watching. I know I'm one of them because I've got my screen on to monitor it. Thankfully, my mic is staying on now. I don't know what was happening before, but it's all good now. So, anyway, so Matsuyama has got a tram network and also trains as well. And this was the view from our hotel. So it was quite a nice one. So, you know, like I say, we've got the tram lines down here, and it kind of like goes down there because there's like a station, and it kind of goes around. And this is the this is the okay. Where's my zoom thing gone? My zoom button is missing. What's going on here? Anyway, there's the castle up on top. So, yeah. Huh. I'm missing the zoom function. Maybe it's... No. I don't know why this is doing this. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Oh, well, I can just do it like that. To get up to the castle, it's a stairlift. It's a chairlift. Literally, you're travelling on the chairlift. So that was a little bit different. In fact, there you go. Travelling on the chairlift. There's a cable car that goes on the other side as well. I think we're going down again now. But yeah, so that was quite cool. So yeah, they got, like I say, different trams, and we travelled around a bit to get to the castle. It's a nice tram network. It is. So this is where it's going to be interesting in a short while. So that is over here. So what we did was we went up. Let's get it north. So we went on the tram up this way, and we walked up here, and that's the cable car thing. We went up on the castle, and then when we came down, we went this way around. And followed it around and to here and there. Yep. So here, and it goes parallel to the railway. And so this is the tram depot section, and that's the railway depot section. So it's all sort of together. But this is where the fun comes. So we walked from here down here because this is where the fun is. So that's the tram depot. Yeah, so that's the tram depot. And again, I quite like the skirting around the bogies there. That's very good. Keeps it clean. you know. But so we walked. So we walked down and we followed the tram. Oh, there's one of the trains there. Very orange, like a salmon orange. Um, Again, has the wrap round windows. Um, there's a bunch of bogies. More modern ones, by the looks of it. That's one of the trams travelling. Okay, so we saw this one going in, and then a tram, and then the tram goes down there, and we followed the tram. Okay, so here is the cool bit. This is the reason that we went to Matsuyama. Literally, it was like, that is cool. I want to see that. I want to take a photo of that. Let's go there. And we just turned it into a part of the journey. And, you know, all the other stuff that went with it, going to the castle, having good food. You know, we spent 2 days in Matsuyama. You know, most times we would have stayed for 1 day and then gone. But for this one, we stayed 2 nights. So at the hotel. So this is where it's interesting. It's this. So what we've got here, I'm going to show you the geography of it. So this is the tram line going down, and is the railway. And what happens is the railway crosses this. So this is where our hotel is, right? So the railway crosses the tram line, a level crossing. So you've got 2 lanes of traffic, up and down tram, 2 lanes of traffic going the other way, with an 80-degree railway line crossing at the same level. So here it is. There's the road, and this side of the road, the tram in the middle, and then a railway line, and that's the station, crossing at the same place. Look at the knitting here. You know, this is the cross on it. And the thing, what's special about it, think about the electricity here. So trams operate at usually under DC power. I don't know if there are AC ones, but most of the ones seem to run on DC, or you know. So let's look at Manchester. They couldn't do this in Manchester because the trains are running at 25,000 volts AC, and the trams run at 750 volts DC. So they're not even same polarity, you know, the same voltage system of electricity, let alone the you know, I mean, what is 35,000 divided by 750? Was that like 33 times more stronger? Is 35,000 AC compared to 750 volts DC? So to have trams and trains crossing here at the same, you know, they must be running at the same voltage. So it might be 1500 volts or something, you know, DC, the trains as well as the trams. And it's just to see that is astounding. And so we waited a little while. And again, here's the tram stop. You can see it's like nothing more than a raised curb. And like, you know, there it is again. It's just astounding. And so here comes a train, and it crosses at 80 degrees ish with the tram. This is interestingly go faster set. Look, there's a driving cab. So yeah, it's just, that's amazing to me. That's just like, wow, to have that. And while we were there, a train coming the other way arrived. So I got a picture of two trains with the road and the tram track crossing as well. It's just like, wow, I want to go there. You know, it just amazes me that I wanted that photo, and I got that photo. So this was, you know, it was like Matsumoto and this with the, you know, and got travel on Shinkansens. That was the three train things that I needed to do, so to speak. And this one is, you know, that was the this was one of the ones that was on the list of things we must do. So yeah, that was so cool. And this is from our hotel window. So that's the trams going off to the station, and this one is coming down and past our hotel. I just thought interesting to see the pantograph and the aircon system here. Yeah, so the tram with 7-Eleven markings on it, so obviously being sponsored. And so this is Matsuyama train station, so this is we're about to leave. And this station is being rebuilt because they're building a new Shinkansen line here. So eventually this will have high-speed trains. I don't know if, sorry, I might be wrong, maybe it's not Shinkansen, but they're certainly building a new station. So this is all changing. It's going to be raised up. I don't know what they're going to be doing with the lower one. Maybe we'll find out in the future. I wonder what... yeah, this is sort of what it looked like by the time we were there. But I don't know what's going to happen with this station itself, but this is the high-speed one. I don't know whether it's, you know, Shinkansen, whether it's going to be Shinkansen or whether it's just going to be a new station that's built higher up and then they'll build something on top of this. I have no idea. But whatever the case, we went there before it was all, you know, changed. So yeah, that was quite nice. I just took a picture of a local train there. Again, a line has a mascot, so that's it. And we just took these pictures while we waited for our train to come. That's quite a nice photo, isn't it? The light is good. The you know, not too much out of focus. And then this is the train that came in for us. So this is our train, and this is one how it's. Do you remember when I talked about the Matsumoto train from Nagano through Matsumoto to Nagoya, and it had pointy at one end and flat at the other end? This is one of a similar design. So this is the pointy end, and you know, we're travelling on the train, so track machine there. And so what this line is, so from Matsuyama, we then went north. We followed the coast along here and down there. Wait a minute. Yeah, down here, along there, along here, along there, down here, all the way up here, following the coast here, and then it travels over a bridge. It's got this. Let's wait for it to focus up. Amusingly, it all looks bent and twisted. But yeah, it basically travels under the in a trellis under the bridge. Let's see. Yeah. So I don't know how long this is. So that's 2 miles from there, and 3 miles from there. So basically 5.5 miles worth of bridge to take us across it all. So across there to Okayama. And this is the journey. So this is us following along the coast, and it's a beautiful view. This is one of those twisty, windy roads. Interesting little spiral. Okay. It goes round and around and down. And on the this is a picture on my phone, and that's the bridge. Sadly, you can't see very much from the bridge because it's all trellised underneath, but you get an idea of what it is. Actually, something else on my phone is something I didn't show. The moat around the castle at Matsuyama has massive carp in it, but also terrapins, big terrapins. This is probably about a foot, maybe more, in size. So, these were taken at night, but they were swimming around the light. So this is the end of the journey, and this is our train. This is the one we got off. So that's the flat end, and the pointy end is over the other one. There's the pointy end. So it's the same train, although weirdly it looks like it's blue and that one's red, but it's actually the same train. So again, looking at what's that? Trains. I just thought I'd take a picture of the track. And so this is I think it's Okayama still. Let me just double check. Yeah. So we're up here waiting for the train because we're now heading for Hemiji. So Hemiji is over here. So while we're on the there it is. So on the approach coming in, we've got interesting stuff. But from up here, could see, I saw this freight loco pulling coaches. So obviously another touristy train, and it has a nice observation car at the back. So I thought that was worthy of a photo. And there's another limited express train with a pointy end. And this is one of the Pendolinos going fast through the station. And so we're now at Hemiji, I think. Morinamiya. That's yes. So we're now at Osaka. Hemiji. So this is no, it is Osaka. Sorry, okay. I mustn't have taken a picture. So so we stayed at a hotel overnight at Hemiji, and we went for a walk up to the castle, and we sort of went around the outside of it. They have was it there? Was that Osaka? I'm trying to remember now. But one of them had a zoo on it, which was interesting. No, I think it was the Osaka one that had the zoo. But yeah, we went up and went for a walk around the castle. We only stayed one day, so one night, and it was quite a trip as well. So, and then we went to Osaka, and this time we went to this one. So this is the station we were at, and the hotel is just across the way. My friend went off and did something. I went for a walk, and then we went for a walk together, and maybe it was the other one that has the Hamiji must be the one that had the zoo. But anyway, we went there, and we actually had a really, really good view of the. That's the hotel. That's the view of our view of the castle. So it's literally right outside, and these big walls. And at night it was equally lovely. A lot of buses. So yeah, it was really lovely. So yeah, that's the local state train we got, and so let's check. So 21st. Okay, so an hour later. So we're travelling away now. So we're now. So this time. So we've gone back up to Osaka. Where is it? So I think this was back up to. Anyway, we went back up to Osaka for the bullet train, which we then caught to go the other route this time. So if you remember, when we came, we started off, we went north to here, so to there, to there, to there, to sort of like that, to there, 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 through down here, to there, across here, to there, stayed at second place in Osaka there, and so this time we're going the south route, which is the first Shinkansen line this direction. So it goes to Kyoto and then goes down the south side. And there's an important part which is about there. So this is us travelling down here, and you can see again different designs. I find it interesting how many different designs they have of trains. It's often quite difficult to take a photo because next thing you know you've got a post in the way. But yeah, rather cute looking floral look on it. This one I like the look of again. Again, it's got the doors, and I'm guessing they pull out and then the gangway extends from inside, or they go inside. Probably goes outside, it makes more sense. But either way, this one was pointy at one end and sort of semi-pointy at the other end. You can see how pointy it is there. So interesting little fact, when you're on the Shinkansen trains, so they have staff that go up and down the train all the time. When they get up to the end, they come back again. They just walk up and down the train. Whenever they come in, the door opens, they bow. Then they walk through, and then when they leave, they bow. So it's it's just being respectful, But okay, so we're now at Hamamatsu. So we've gone from Osaka to here. Let's see if we can get close. There we go. So now we see This is where the Shinkansen line goes down through Nagoya. So we came in this way before and we went that way, so now we're coming back, and this time we're heading along the south coast. And this is the most populous part, because if you look, you can see it right here. All this grey stuff, this is where people live. This is all, yeah, there's some farmy bits out here, but there's a lot of areas where people live. So this is where all the flat land, if you look, you can just see it from here. Japan has got a lot of mountains and volcanoes and things like that. So everybody lives in this kind of, there's a band that goes all the way down the south coast. Goes all the way down the coast to about here, and then it's like still other bits on it, but so everywhere is flat. They build, and you'll end up with places like Osaka where they've literally taken the tops of the hills, dumped it in the sea to make artificial islands and even an airport here, and then they built on top of the bit that they flattened off on the hills. So and like Japan has a lot more density compared to there's hello Flymo. I don't know if you've been watching all this time. It's been going for 5 hours that I've explained this trip. You can watch it later. You can skip through the bits where you can't hear me talking because I had microphone problems where I kept knocking the microphone off by accidentally. I'm not sure how, but I've fixed the problem now. Anyway, so this time we're travelling down and we went to Hamamatsu. And Hamamatsu we went for a special reason. Again, my friend and I were both into planes, and so we went to the Air Museum at Hamamatsu Air Base, and so this is actually a good picture. So these are the trainers. So this is the Japanese equivalent of a Hawk, like the Red Arrows use, and they use the same aircraft here. They're on their Blue Impulse demonstration team. And this plane here is a Boeing 767 with a radome on it. The only country that's got those. And we were really unfortunate because saw a whole bunch of these flying, and just as we were leaving, just after putting the camera away, one of these landed. So we got to see the plane but couldn't get a photo of it. It was like, no. So, and that's is it here or is it there? Oh wait a minute. There it is. So this is the Air Museum we went to, and like I say, so there's an area where people you can sit and watch the planes, because the planes take off and land here, going into the wind that way. Yes, it's an AWACS 767 type. So we've got a Sabre and a Starfighter and I forgot the name of it, starts with a P, and a missile, and one of these which I can't remember if I've seen one before, but I've seen one now, a Curtiss Commando, which is ironic because they operated over the China-Burma-India route over the mountains because it was a pressurized plane, against the Japanese in World War II. But so we got on a bus and walked. I think we got onto a bus to about here and then walked up there. And I'll show you Japan trip JPEG. Yeah, I mean I took a lot of photos. I'll show you how many photos in a second. Where is it? Selected 3,568. So yeah, I took a lot of photos. here we go. Okay, so that's the Sabre that's outside, and that's the Starfighter from an angle, and not a real one, it's a mock-up, and I wish you would have seen one of these. This is not an F-16, this is a Mitsubishi F2, which is something that McDonnell Douglas, no, was it Lockheed? Sorry, something Lockheed designed. However, it wasn't taken up, so it was basically an F-16 on steroids. It was a bit bigger and bigger wings, and so it was the Agile Falcon. And the Japanese basically bought the license to build it, so they built their own F-16 derivatives. So this is a F1, and they had some brilliant models here. You know, you got the various different aircraft of different era. So here's a Sabre. There's a Sabre Dog, which is just a Sabre with a nose on it for radar. That's a Curtiss Commando. There's that other one, a helicopter that's outside. I can't remember. That is a T1, sorry, which is the Sabre equivalent of a trainer equivalent of a Sabre, although it is a Japanese aircraft with a Japanese engine and everything. Starfighter, Sea King, and they just had a bunch from all the way down. So these are sort of 60s, 70s stuff. So we got an F1, T2, and F4 Phantom, an F4 Phantom air reconnaissance one. So it's got the cameras in the nose. This is a C1 transport, and that's a an F1, F1, so a fighter version. A tutor, F-15. There you go. That's the F-16 derivative. And you know, someone made these. These are to scale. So you know, there's the C2, which is the bigger version, the tanker transport, and there's the AWACS one mentioned already. And that's the latest ones that they've got, a F-35A. So weirdly, they had an Italian propeller plane there, and so they had T4s flying around. And you know, there's a whole bunch of them parked up. So that was cool to see, and some liaison aircraft there, like a Learjet type of thing. And you know, they were landing. Not the best picture in the world, but far from the worst as well. And this was inside, so these are in the Blue Impulse colours, which is their air display team. At the back there is a T4 over there. Interesting, I sat in the cockpit, and they're two engined. They're similar to a Alpha Jet, but interestingly, I sat in there. So this is a Japanese plane built for the Japanese Self-Defense Air Force. And all the switches and dials and everything were in English, and it's like, oh, that's interesting, you know, because of course you'd expect things like the that's a Zero, Mitsubishi Zero, that's Sabre Dog. So you know, you'd expect something like a Starfighter built by the Americans, or you know, at least licensed them. And you know, F4 Phantom in the distance. Or these labels, you know, had a lot of American, you know, lettering on them. But so it was interesting to see them. Yeah, that one's a C-46J, which has big, massive floats on the on the above around the wheels, but you might be able, for some reason it won't zoom in. I've normally got a bar at the bottom that allows me to zoom in, and I don't. It's not there. Properties. No. Whatever. Anyway, it's written in English in places like this. So yeah, there's the T4, the one that I set in, and so yeah, that was interesting. I came home with 2 of these, a 2-seater and a single-seater, and model kits, of course. But yeah, so I had my zoom lens out now, so I got reasonable pictures. Problem is, it was very hot, so there's haze. It's very difficult to get a good clean shot. That's probably one of the best. So I came home with another with a T4. I already have one, but I came home with another one. It was a special edition with different decals on, but allowed me to do a grey one rather than the blue impulse one that I've got. The takeoff point is really short. See this little orange box. So I don't know where that'll be. Probably about here somewhere. But the takeoff time was very rapid. There it is. There you go. That's the little orange box. So it's literally its wheels up there. That's a very short takeoff distance. Of course, trainers don't need a lot of takeoff and landing, but the big ones do, and of course this is what the AWACS one looks like when it's parked. So yeah, that was so I took a load of shots here. Probably sat here for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you know, watching all taxiing and then taking off. That's the back end of a Blue Impulse. 48 scale diorama. Another helmets from 2010. And this is their own version of a Jaguar. Not licensed built by anyone except for the engines. They are from the Jaguar. And this looks so tiny. You know, the suit just looks tiny. Because, I mean, I'm stood up. I've just got my, you know, imagine I'm looking down and taking the pictures on. Saber dog from the front. I forgot what it's called. It's like Peliaco, whatever it is. I can't remember now. But, and then there's the Curtis. That's it. And then, like I say, we started walking away, and then one came in. Okay, this is something that's quite funny. I'll say funny in a way. So basically, it's be careful signs. You know, things can be dangerous, and so it's like, don't walk. Keep hold of your children. Don't trip over, kind of thing. Watch your clothes. Make sure it doesn't catch. No buggies. Make sure your shoes don't get stuck in the railing. You know, the things. But these are the mild ones, because when we were when we were in the east-north part, there were signs that were a little more graphic. So there was one where it's like, if you're on the escalator, hold your luggage. And the way they demonstrated look after your luggage was to have so what you've got a picture, and it's all in a sign that's this big. So it's a picture of one guy that's at the top of the stairs, and you've got, and he's kind of like got emotional, like, kind of thing. And then, like a few steps down from it, you've got another guy that's been hit by it, and you've got a suitcase that's like hitting him, and it's got, around his bum or whatever it was, it had like a red jagged line, as in this is where he's been struck. And above the suitcase where it's fallen down, it's got like a swoosh on it. So it's literally an action poster in a little, danger sign kind of thing. And so, like I say, you got the guy at the top like, oh, I've lost my suitcase. A guy at the bottom's like falling over, and then this swoosh and a suitcase and a big crash mark on it. And it was just such an action-packed. I wish I'd have taken a photo of it when I first saw it. I thought, as we're coming back, it's like, you know what, I should take pictures of these signs because they're quite funny. So it was entertaining to see these danger signs. So this is us heading from Hamamatsu to back into Tokyo now. So this is one of the other freight train pictures I got. Not a very good one because it was on the move and through a window, and the light was in the wrong direction. But and these are similar to one of the ones we saw at the start. And then here's the magic one. Got to see Mount Fuji. So sort of Fuji-san. Now, when you use san after the name of a person, so if I say Flymo-san, that's basically describing it as a person. So Mr. It's almost like Mr. Flymo, sort of kind of thing. Chan is female, Kun is male, but san is just a general personhood descriptor. And so Mount Fuji is considered such a symbol. It's been given personhood in terms of how people describe it. So it's Fuji-san. And I remember I was sat next to a mum and child, a little boy, on the train because they were only, we couldn't sit together because seating was full. And so so my friend was sat in front of me and I'm sat there, and when we saw it, I sort of said to the lady and her son that was next to her, and I said, Fuji-san, Fuji-san desu. And it's like, oh, so yeah, it was it was pretty cool to see that. So yeah, I got to see Fuji. It's always a bit annoying when taking pictures from trains because you're either getting overhead wires or signs, or there you go, there's a post in the way. It's a pity it was a bit cloudy, but you can certainly see it's there. So yeah, got to see Fuji-san. And again, it's just travelling, travelling. You can see a bit of snow up there, and this is June, the end of June. It's the 21st of June. So, and this is the this is the end of the journey at Tokyo, and that's the train we got off. There's another one coming in, another one leaving, and another sign. There's another one, don't leave it, lean over. Again, don't ride on the what's it, don't walk, don't climb, careful off the end of the platform. They're just everywhere's got danger signs. Okay, so let me just go back to a map. So and a little thing actually. Now I'm gonna have to wing it because I don't want to have to look all the way. But so the the blue line is the Shinkansen line, so this is where we're going. We're going past Shizuoka. Which airport is this? What's there? Just a regional airport. Anyway, so we're going through Shizuoka, and Shizuoka is a little bit special because two of the big model kit companies are based here. The first one, sorry, Shizuoka's there, isn't it? Yes. So the first one is Tamiya, and another one is oh gosh, what was it called? Hasegawa. Hasegawa makes very good kits, and now I'm gonna have to wing it. It's around here somewhere, around about here. I think this is it. No, it's not that way. Maybe it's this one. I know it's up here somewhere. Let's try it. That might be it. Okay. No, that's not it. That's definitely not it. Okay. Sure, it's up here somewhere. Hang on a sec. Okay, let's try this. Okay. No, I don't remember it being there either. That's kind of annoying. Oh, I mean, it's in the area, right. This is... Let's try that. Okay, I knew it was down there somewhere. So, that's the Shinkansen line. Sadly, I didn't see where we were at the right time, but here is the Hasegawa factory, and they have a starfighter and a tutor parked on top. And I just thought, wow, that's cool. So let's go there, and there you go. That's the factory. So there's your tutor, and there's the starfighter parked up there. That's like, wow, that's cool. So yeah, and the Tamiya one is in the same kind of an area. However, they haven't got anything interesting. It's just a factory with the Tamiya building on it, logo on it. I think it's like somewhere like here. But Let's see if we can find it. Tamiya. Let's get rid of that. I'm guessing this is yeah, it's their road inside. But yeah, so you can do radio control cars in there. So you know, it's like in this little area of Shizuoka. This maybe that was it. Yeah, yeah, that's the one. So yeah, you got that, and I think that's the Tamiya factory. But it's just a nondescript building. It hasn't got like anything outside. So yeah, I just thought that was an amusing little point. So anyway, so we went along this line and went along the rest here, and now we're heading into Tokyo. So that's Tokyo Bay. One of the things that we did at the start of the journey, you know, the first day we arrived, was to go to the naval base at Yokozuka. So we've got this is where the ferry went. So that's the ferry, and the boat basically goes along here and up there, and this is American stuff as well, and it goes around the outside here and down here, and then sort of does a loop around and then goes down here and then back to there. And what was parked here was their aircraft carrier. Let's see if it's not in here, but there you go. That's one of their aircraft carriers. They got two of these. They originally built as helicopter carriers, but they're rebuilding them for basically putting stronger decks so they can withstand the jet blast of F-35 F-35Bs, which ironically are built down, you know, not too far away at Shizuoka, as I just pointed out. But one little funny thing, after we did the ferry tour, we went here and had something to eat, and I saw a guy in, you know, navy whites, but he had like, you know, he looked like he had captain stripes on his arm, but he also had like a braided rope over his shoulder, and I sort of you know, we're like, you know, he looks like a captain, but that's a bit more bling than I was expecting. And yeah, so but he's got a lot more bling than just a captain. And so I basically got up the guts, and I just went and asked, you know, I saw him sat down having a bite to eat, and I sort of went up to him and I said, "Excuse me, can I ask a question?" I don't think so. Um, anyway, so I went and asked him. I went up and I spoke to him and I said, "Excuse me, can I? Hope you don't mind, but I'd like can I ask a question?" I said, "So I'm looking at your uniform and I see your stripes, you know, 4 stripes, and it's like, okay, that to me says captain, but the rest, you know, the rope and the extra, you know, the bling suggests a bit more." And he said with a really, really lovely English accent, "Yes, I am a captain, but I'm also the Royal Navy attaché to Tokyo." So, you know, so I got to speak to someone high up in the command circles. So that was kind of interesting. But anyway, so just to finish the end. So we travelled up here, and it was late by the time we got there. So sadly, we didn't get a chance to do as much as we would have liked. But we worked our way around the top because we were going to this place, and to get there we took slightly circuitous route because we went to here. So we went to this to Chiba, and at Chiba they have a monorail, but unlike all the other monorails that we saw while we were there, this one is a hanging monorail. Sadly, I didn't take many pictures. I only took these two, but it's a hanging from the monorail at the top. And what I find really interesting is there's the coupling. It's got a coupling at the top, and of course, you think couplings go down here, but of course, you want it on the least moving part. So, yeah, that was. I thought that was interesting, and and while we were at the station waiting to come back, a freight train went by. So we, sadly, it was all in the dark, so you couldn't really see very much. But that basically took us to here, and then we got on a train, and we were going up there. Unfortunately, made a mistake, and we got off too early, so we got off here, and then we had to wait for the next one to get us there. And then it was quite a long walk. It kind of went around because it wasn't very easy to understand it at first. And we went to this hotel. It was very tall, and it was a spa resort. The one thing that was comical about it is that I had eaten Japanese food for the last 3 weeks, and used to using chopsticks. And by the time we got checked in and put our bags up and got ready enough to go down and go to a restaurant and have something to eat, the everywhere was shut except for one place, and it was Italian. So we had Italian food on our last day at Tokyo. Now, when I say last day at Tokyo, that's not the end of the trip, because the next morning we got on a train and we travelled up here to go to Narita. Yes, went to Narita Airport and got on a plane. But this was not a long distance flight back home, although one of the things that was got to see, which was really cool, which I think that might, no, it's not. That's one of them. There you go. So an Airbus A380. So Japan Airlines, ANA have 3 Airbus A380s, and they only do one route. They go from Tokyo to Hawaii to Tokyo. That's all they do, just backwards and forwards. And so, and each one has a different colour scheme. So our plane started from up here. It was a peach flight. That's not a peach one. That's a Jetstar. But so I wonder if the other one is here somewhere. No, I don't see one. So I'm gonna have to. This was going to Narita the next morning, and so we went on a peach flight, and there you go, pretty unique photo. All 3 Airbus A380s owned by ANA at the same time. So one's blue, one's green, turquoise and orange. All 3 at the same time. That is a pretty unique photo. So yeah, that was really cool. And then they were towing one off, and when we got to take off, see there's something you don't see very often: an Airbus A321 in Philippine Airlines colours. And of course normally you'd get a big plane doing something you'd see, so seeing like small Japanese airlines and things like that was quite cool. And so we then took off, and there is one parked, and there so that's the blue one, and that's the turquoise one. When we took off, it just arrived there after being towed. So yeah, it was very cool to see all three at the same time. Like I say, normally you wouldn't see any at all. And so we are travelling southwest, because that's the US Air Base, Kadena, at, let me just zoom out here. So we flew this way, down here to Okinawa, a tropical island out in the Pacific. So it's kind of like halfway from Japan to Taiwan. And so we landed here, and it's a multifunction base, because we landed on one of these. I think we landed over here actually. We walked out off and we went down some stairs. Maybe that looks about right. Went down some stairs onto a bus, and oh my gosh, I have never been so hot before. The temperature was like 38 degrees or something. It was crazy hot in June on a tropical island, so humid. You know that kind of feeling when you've made a hot dinner and you open the oven and you get that wave of heat? That was what we walked into, and that heat didn't go away. It stayed there unless you're in an air-conditioned room. So it was body meltingly hot. And so they've even got an area where you can stand and look out and things like that. But it's not just, that's the civilian airport part. This is the military airfield part. It shares the same thing. So these are P3 Orions, and we've got a couple of E2 Hawkeyes and some Japanese F-15s, and that's a British actually Belt BA. I forgot what it's called. What is the Domini? And a Skyhawk, a Seahawk. Well, sorry, a Black Hawk type, a Pavehawk. There's a Chinook. So yeah, it was. They got two runways. They land on one, you take off on the other. So we land on that one and then went in. And when we took off, it was that one as well. So this was the landing one by then, I think. I can't remember now. But yeah, so on this, it has a monorail that goes up here, and there's some airplanes there. So we got an F4 Phantom, a T-33s. I forgot what they called them. I forgot what that one's called as well. And the Starfighter again. We saw several Starfighters. And the monorail goes up here, and this was our hotel. So it's just down from here, and there, and it was more. We spent 3 days in Okinawa. It was the longest we stayed anywhere in one place, and it was just this little hotel. We were up about here, I think it was. Pain in the ass to get in the place. They had a system and it wasn't seen working very well. But the one real disappointing one was let's scroll that down. Just want to take a picture of it. Anyway, So I do karate, and so we went to the karate museum at Okinawa, only for it to be shut because the guy was on holiday in America. It's like no, no. So I sorry these are the trains of Hamamatsu and Tokyo. That was where we're up to. And this is the picture I took of the monorail at Okinawa. So we would like to have done more on Okinawa, but unfortunately we had car hire sorted, but for some reason it didn't go through or something, and we couldn't get one today, so we had to wait until the next day. So we basically lost a day. But to be honest, we'd been there for nearly 4 weeks because it was 28 days trip, and and so you kind of get into the end of your energy now, and so you just want to sort of slow down and relax. So we just basically spent a day at the hotel. We wandered around a little bit, went to a restaurant, and so and this was the sunset. This is the last picture I've got for this display, but while we were there, we went to Kadena Air Base, and wonderfully, let's just zoom out because the U.S. military have a huge presence. So if you look, this is that's the Japanese military part, the Air Force part of for Japan, for Japanese JASDF, so Japanese Air Self-Defense Force, because they don't have a military as such, they have a self-defense force. But so this is the Marines base. It's huge, and you can always tell which is the civilian part and which isn't the civilian part by just looking at that. So everything inside that gap is everything that's military. So this is where the housing and quarters would be. So yeah, you can see like whole loads of Osprey and helicopters, more Osprey, more helicopters. So while we were there, you've probably seen pictures in a minute. These are Stallions, so CH-53, and these are Black Hawk, Seahawk types. Oh no, those are what's it? Those are AH-1 Cobra. Those would be the Z types. That's the type they're using now. But and then further up here, this is Kadena Air Base. It's huge. It really is huge. So we've got, this is the cargo and tanking section, and also this bit here is these are the interesting planes, because these are the spy planes. These are the RC-135s. So they're ELINT, electronic intelligence, and then we got a bit more cargo here. So this is a cargo Boeing 747 civilian aircraft, and then that's a Poseidon, and so we've got a couple of cargo planes. So that's a C-46 not Pegasus. I forgot the name of it now. But yeah, the new the new tanker plane. That's a Flowmaster 3. So yeah, and then the fighters are in here. These are U.S. Navy Osprey. They've got a new version of them, and there's the Reaper drones. So yeah, it's a very busy airfield. Now, when we were there was more, parked over here. I think a couple of Ospreys parked over here, like those types, and there was a Global Hawk. But over here, this is the, I think it's that. No, wrong one. There it is. That's the. They literally have a place where you can spot the planes from here. It's an observation deck. Let's see if I can. They've got an observation platform up there, so you can watch the planes over there, and I'll show you. And that's what it looks like. So that's one of the US Navy Ospreys. It's got chunkier bits here, but they're replacing the C2 cargo planes and using these now instead. But that's a Global Hawk, so a spy plane. It flies very high, like a glider. It's basically a remote droned what was it called? TR1 U2 spy plane. So it's like a modern U2 spy plane, but it's a drone instead. And there's a second one of those. These are Poseidon. Unfortunately, the pictures didn't come out very well because it was so bright. I think I got the exposure wrong. But also, the main problem was that it's so hot. There was so much heat haze, so everything comes out ever so slightly blurred. Learjet type of thing. There's a third Navy. That's a 747 cargo plane. So there's some Reaper drones. And just visible here, these are F-15s. Oh wait a minute, are those the F-15s? So there's a C-130 coming into land, a Hercules. There you go. F-22s, stealth fighters, parked in there. Unfortunately, none flew while we were there, which is disappointing because I haven't seen one fly yet. But so you got F-15s and F-22s parked up inside. You can see it was very easy to get overexposed, but you can see how this is how wide an area, and what a great view. You can see everything from it near enough. Don't climb over the edge. Again, warning signs. Gotta love it. And so this is a trainer, just navigation trainer. And that did loops. Yeah, okay, so there's a Hercules, that's the one that landed. So that's going around the bit at the back. And here's the first of the spy planes, one of the EC-135 or RC-135, sorry, reconnaissance. But yeah, and these have been flying since like 1962. So these are old. Again, everything comes out a little bit blurry because of the heat haze. But it was cool to see that. And that'll have probably been on a recon mission near China. Maybe over the Spratlys, something like that. That was one taking off. That's it going back. So that's a Sea Stallion CH-53 from over the Marines base, which will be off to the right in the distance. Here's that one coming in for another touch and go. and someone had their own little personal plane. Look how tiny it is. I mean, it looks tiny compared to the Hercules. Hercules aren't that big, but it looks tiny compared to a Hercules, and it's like a long distance away from it. So yes, it's tiny. Like I say, this one did a bunch of chuck, touch and goes. And there's another couple of Steve Stallions. I don't know, maybe the same one, but there it comes around for a third time. And then we had a couple of F-16s, or several F-16s, come around. Ah, there you go. There's the V-22 Osprey in the distance. First time I've seen one fly. There's the F-16. And then there's another two. And it's South Dakota National Guard. When I got back home, I've got an F-16 on my wall, but I haven't got around to putting decals on. When I got back home, I looked up to see if there's transfers for these, and there are. So I bought some transfers for this to replicate this plane that I saw while I was there. So yeah, it's actually quite rare to see F-16s these days, because you don't really get much in Europe now that the F-35 is replacing, like Belgian and like Dutch F-16s. So, like I say, they're getting quite rare these days. So, possibly might be the last time I get to see one fly. But yeah, so it was, it was nice to see them. Nice to see them fly. Nice. Another F-22 in the background. There's the third one. This one doesn't have any much in the way of markings. Don't know what that was. And another one. So it's all about 6 or so. So it was cool to see F-16s. It sat on its back on its wheels for a long time before it slowed down. That's that little Cessna. And there's another Osprey flying off in the distance. This is a 300mm lens. This is a Pavehawk, and it's sat there for a while. You can see it's got machine guns on the sides, and I'm guessing it might have been for this, because this was the second of the ones, and it's got a shark's mouth on it, because it's got an air intake here, so it's got a shark's mouth on it, which is super cool. Yeah, I do 48th scale, so my planes are a little bit bigger, but yeah, I've got a bunch. I've got some F-14s on the wall, a Viking, F-15, F-16, F-22, Martin, B. Forgot what it was now. Canberra, 57. But yeah, it was cool to see this with the shark's mouth on it. So yeah, it was cool to see, all these things going on. It was a nice way to spend an afternoon. And this, unfortunately, it got overexposed. It's so disappointing. But this basically turned, and then took off. What's that? Something in the distance, I think maybe. Might be another 22. But and then went to the beach, and I swam. I swam in the sea. That's plane coming in for the airport. I swam in the sea, and it's the first time I'd swum in 5 years. And this is at the airport on us leaving. So this is the 25th, and that's 4 F-15s going off for T4. Again, it was very difficult to take pictures because of the heat haze. You can see the wobbling on it. So the combination of distance and the heat haze, just everything was like blurry. So yeah, that's basically it. So you know, there's the end of the thing. So like I say, it was a hell of a trip. You know, it was back. It was back to the airport. And then I'd like to go to Okinawa again, but I think in the winter when it might be a bit cooler. But you know, there was a bit when we were travelling. I think it was like up over here or something. That the museum was like over here somewhere. I think it was, and we ended up going along the top of this coastal road here. And you know, it's just like beautiful turquoise water. You know, it was just so beautiful to see. You know, we were driving, so I didn't get the chance to take a photo, but it was really lovely. And so so we flew back to Narita airport. Where they gone there? So back to Narita. And then we didn't even leave the airport. We just handed in the or logged in the returned the pocket Wi-Fi, and we headed home. And so going, if you remember me talking, you wouldn't fly mode because you haven't you weren't here for the start. But flying, we flew this way across to get to Japan, and on our way back we went with Finnair, and we went north, so we went up this way and along the gap between the Russia and America, Alaska, and then it was sort of back across the top up here. And I'm sorry, it's upside down, so my brain doesn't think in that. And we were down to into Finland, to Helsinki, which is here. So we landed at Helsinki airport, and I'm going to change to my phone pictures. So, oh gosh, yes, I've just remembered something. So on the very last day, I decided, my friend isn't really interested in doing it, but for me, I wanted to do it. And so, oh, you saw that bit, okay. So it's worth watching the whole thing. It's a nice story, although, like I say, you have to sort of jump through the bits where it's quiet. I think I had half an hour at one point, 35 minutes when I didn't realise the microphone was off. I must have had something wrong with my Stream Deck, and it's pressing something off at the same time as I'm scrolling the mouse or something. I don't know. But so the thing that I wanted to do on the last day in Japan, or at Okinawa, I wanted to do karaoke, and this was my last chance, and I wandered off on my own because my friend didn't want to do it because, I don't know, he doesn't want to embarrass himself or something. And and it was actually quite strange. So so it's the only time I have faced discrimination, racism. Only time I faced racism when I went to Okinawa. So on the last night, I wanted to do karaoke in Japan. It's a thing that you do, they do, and it's like, you know what, if I'm going to do a Japanese, if I'm going to do karaoke, I'm going to do it in Japan because that'll be cool, you know. And so I went, and it took me 3 places before I found one that would accept me. One was like, he didn't seem to be doing much. And the other one, another one was like, Japanese only. Sort of like, no, you can't come in, kind of thing. And it's like, wow. Now, my friend and I talked about it, and we kind of figured out that maybe it wasn't so much racism as bloody Americans, because there's a lot of Americans on Okinawa, and they can be a bit rowdy when they get drunk or whatever, and maybe there's been problems, and so they basically go, you know what, we're not going to allow anybody but Japanese because we're fed up of the nonsense. So, as a result, they just said Japanese only. So, or, Japanese only. So, it's the first time I'd faced racism before. And, but, I mean, on the discrimination side, living in the UK, I get anti-trans shit thrown at me all the time. I go out and I'll have someone shout abuse at me for no reason than I've rode by on a bicycle. I'll have people lean out the windows when they're driving, people laughing at me, pointing at me, all that kind of stuff. I got some local yobs that decide, want to, be arseholes to me. Even when I'm coming out of my karate class. When I'm coming out of a karate class, you would think that in their little, teenage brains, because they're like 14, 15, 16 kind of an age, you would think in their brains that they're going to school and they might learn things that, insulting someone who's just come out of karate class, they're all warmed up, they've just learned some new, some fighting stuff. So the last thing you want to do is insult them. Because insulting someone who's just come out of karate class is probably not a good long-term strategy for healthy teeth. So, well, when I went to Japan, not a bit. No one said anything at all. Now, whether it's they recognise, maybe it was the voice or whatever, I don't know. But the thing is, there's 2 things maybe. Number one is they're just not arseholes. And the thing that's happened thanks to Brexit, because there's something I call the Brexit effect, that the people who are racist now they think in their heads, they go, well, now we've left Europe, I can now tell black people they can F off back home territory, And because they got away with it, the sexists and the transphobes and the homophobes and the ageist, etc., they think they can as well, and so it's loosened the mouse break. So it's pretty awful. You're right. They might have blades, but you know what? I can probably deal with that as well. That's what I learned blocks for. Anyway, but I mean, I don't want to. It'd be like, push them off, run, go away. But anyway, the now it could be they're just not arseholes, and if they do know or realise, they're not arsehole enough to be a dickhead around it. And the second one, the Japanese people, and the second one is could be in the UK, I am tall for a man, let alone a woman, and so that can that kind of makes people see me. I'm more visible that way, which is annoying. I wish I was shorter, and so well, when I'm in Japan, Westerners are taller anyway, so maybe I don't stand out as much because Western girls are tall. I don't know. So it was really lovely to spend a month away in Japan and not get transphobia. you know, that was wonderful. It really was brilliant. So, but I just want to finish the last part. So, so I went and did karaoke, and unfortunately, I was the only one there. So it was basically me and the bartender, and so it was uh, 4'6". Yeah, you know what? A bit like the lady from Toyama, um, as a bit that I mentioned earlier on. So I'm at Toyama. I'm going down the lift. Lift gets off earlier than the lobby, and a little old lady got in, and she was like 4 foot, 4.5 feet tall, and she looked at me like that, and she had no choice. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. She looked at me like that, and she went, "Wow." It was just wow. It was brilliant. It was such a nice moment. Um, so so yeah, I ended up doing karaoke to this chap, and so I sung about maybe 8 songs or something like that over a couple of hours, and he was very nice, and I had a few drinks, and yeah, so it was good. But can you imagine singing "Zombie"? The Cranberries' "Zombie", you know, to a Japanese guy, and he didn't know the song at first. It's like, oh yeah, I know this one now. So his English wasn't so great, but like I say, he was a really nice guy, so I got a picture with a selfie with him. And so the next day, like I say, we went back to Narita Airport and flew out with Finnair and flew over the North Pole. So, they gave everybody this. We certify that you have flown over the North Pole with us. And I thought, that's so nice. And this is our plane in Helsinki. Annoyingly, the plane then goes, it fuels up, and then it goes to London. So, instead of having 2 Airbus A350s, because I'd never flown on a 350 before, neither my friend, we flew 787 going, which I've not flown on one of those yet either. My friend has flown on several. He's been to America lots and lots of times. And so I'd never flown on one, a 787, so I got one going, and we got a 350 coming back. We wanted to get one of each kind of thing, so really would have liked to have I've never been on a 380 yet, and that's an ambition. So but unfortunately, there's not many places that go that route. So was thinking about going. One of the ideas to get there was to go with Korean Airlines, and they fly a Korean to Asiana fly from Korea to Tokyo in A380s, but I think they weren't flying in that season or something. I don't know, but we couldn't seem to find any flights where they did it. So trying to get two things to intersect together didn't happen. So yeah, this was the plane we got home, and it was a lovely trip. So, like I say, it was it's like when I've told people I went to Japan, it's like, oh, where did you go? And I said, pretty much everywhere, because I did. It was it was a hell of a trip. If I I'm going to go back and sort of go through it in the short version. So let's find it again. So this is 18 hotels worth of of the trip. So like I say, it was 1, 2, 3 in for the first 3 days, 4 days in Tokyo. Then it was north up to Hakodate and Sapporo, then down to Amori, then down and sort of up to Nagano, and then from Nagano it was that way to get to Toyama, then from there and wiggling down here to get to Matsumoto, the most important spot to go to for me. Then down to Nagoya, then to Kyoto, to Osaka for the first time, then across to Hiroshima to Fukuoka, Kurume and Oita to Iwatahama to go to Matsuyama, and then up here to Okayama, and then stopping at Hemiji, and then to Osaka for the second time, and then up through Kyoto and Nagoya down this route to the south to get back to Tokyo, to go to that hotel, to then to the airport to fly down to Okinawa, and then back up to Tokyo, and then back home, and then back to London. So that was my trip. That's what I did with the month at the end of May and pretty much through the entire of June. Came back on the 26th, and it was a wonderful trip. So if I was to go again, and you know what, like I say, I had an inheritance, and I wish I'd have got my procrastination was I procrastinated and I didn't get a passport as quick as I wanted to. And we were getting to a point, really we should have gone earlier so it was a bit cooler, if we'd have gone in July, well, that's the rainy season, so we didn't want that. So there was a kind of rather a narrow, it was like the time we had was getting narrower and narrower and narrower, and I, like I said, procrastinated for so long. If I'd have known that I'd have had such an amazing time, I think I would probably have made sure I saved enough money to go again. I spent £7,000 to go on this trip, which actually wasn't that bad if you consider how big a trip it was. But that was flights, rooms, food, spending money on stuff that, like I say, model airplane kits and anime figurines and, lots of other bits and bobs, postage, getting luggage transferred from one place to another so you don't have to drag it around everywhere. And like pocket Wi-Fi, the Japan Rail Pass, which was like the best part of 1,000. So all of that, all involved. It cost a lot of money. Like I say, probably do it on about 4. But like I say, it was fantastic. I had such a good time, and I think I would do it again. And if I did it again, I'm going to go back to the map because I'm still talking. I can't believe it. I can't say goodbye. If I was going to do it again, I think I'd quite like to go to maybe Niigata, or maybe somewhere up here, because we didn't really do much in the sort of mid-north part. There's a Fukushima there, but that's not the Fukushima that's on the coast where they had the problem. But I think maybe doing a bit in the north, so Matsue. But I really would like to do Kumamoto and Kagoshima. Kagoshima's an interesting one because there's the mountain, there's the volcano. It's an active volcano. How they managed to have people living here, I don't know. They have these funnels so that if it does, it will follow a route into the sea. So they're a bit clever with that. But any case, I would like to go there. And also there are Japanese military airfields, on this part of the country that would be interesting to see. So yeah, I'd like to do a bit more Kyushu, and maybe a bit more Shikoku, bit more up here, like I say. I think I'd like to do this part again, Matsumoto, Nagano, Toyama. I would like to do that again. Um, and so yeah, there's a few bits and bobs that would like to have done but didn't get around to. Again, we had a narrow point, so it'd probably take me about 3 years to save up nowadays. So but like I say, I have no regrets about the trip. I really have no regrets at all. That there were a couple of times where my friend, like when we're at, excuse me, let me get a drink. When we're at Toyama, I stayed in the hotel and slept in longer, and went on the train ride to go and look at a model shop. Um, uh, well, ramen is something that you can have. You can have sushi, you can have ramen, you can have sashimi. It's a whole sort of multiple choice. So, you know, um, often you get ramen at takeaway places, but you also get it in proper restaurants as well. So you have a kind of long blend, a blend of it. It's kind of like, I suppose you could say you can go to a convenience store and buy the ramen equivalent of a pot noodle, and you can go to a restaurant and get good ramen. But there's lots of other things you can have as well. For example, we went to Osaka, and I ate octopus balls. That's balls of octopus, by the way, just to make sure you realise. Um, but that was a local delicacy, and doing all sorts of different things. It was all really fun, good stuff. Um, so, like I say, just there were layers of fun, and the only thing that was a little bit disappointing, and in a way, we didn't really get to talk to many Japanese people much. Sure, people who worked in convenience stores, or a hotel or something like that, but generally chit chat to people. Well, I know it. I learned a bit of Japanese when I was in my mid-20s, and of course I didn't do it for such a long time that I forgot most of it. When we were there, stuff was starting to remember it, but so I've decided that I've been starting to learn more again, so that the next time I go, I'll be able to speak some Japanese. But I was able to communicate with some people by using my phone, and I just type in, um, so it's not that one. So, wait, 1, 2. Motor. Yes. Do it. So. So I could do something like this. There you go. So we went to Matsumoto yesterday, and then it would type it in something like that. So Kinawa Matsumoto ni ikimasu. So ikimashita. Sorry, yes, that's right. Kinawa Matsumoto ikimashita. And I remembered ikimashita, ikimasen. Ikimasen, ikimasen dashita, ikimashita. So I could have talked to people. I talked to a family on a ferry. I had a lovely conversation with a chap at Osaka Airport. We chatted for about maybe 40 minutes while we were watching the planes out the window, and and then he sort of went off and he brought back his wife to say hello. So it was just an old man. It was just lovely to chat to him, and so that human interaction. Well, one of the problems that you get the Japanese, they're not very. Their English is not very good. Now, it's not to say they, school children learn English at school. However, it's not done in the best way. So basically, what happens is they sit in a classroom and the teacher writes something on the board and says words in English, and they write it down, but they don't get pushed into trying to speak English. Now, when it comes to ordinary people or people who don't know English very well, at all, or very well at all, people who don't know English very well, or they're afraid to use it, they're not afraid to use it because of their ego. They're prepared to. They don't want to use it because there's going to be, my English isn't very good, but what they're really thinking is, my English isn't very good, so I don't want to. There's two parts. I don't want to make you uncomfortable because you can't understand what I'm saying, but also I don't want you to think badly about Japanese people because I can't speak English. So they'll just sort of pretend that they don't know to save my face. It's not to save their ego, it's to save you from feeling embarrassed because I can't do it, or I do a bad job, or whatever. So I just found that was really an interesting aspect. It's something that I learned years ago, because there's a sort of a layer of they don't want to be confrontational in a lot of ways. So, for example, just give you an example. So let's look at it in a business sense. So let's say I'm a businessman or businesswoman, and I'm talking to a businessman, Japanese businessman. So my goal is, right, I want to do business with you, and we have some layers of expectation. So, like, we would like to do this, and and their way of saying no is to say, that would be difficult. That would be difficult to English is, okay, there's room for negotiation here. Maybe don't get as much as I want, or whatever, we can come to some arrangement. That's not what Japanese people are thinking. When they say that would be difficult, they mean no way in hell. Not happening is what they're actually what they're saying. But you have to know about Japanese culture to be able to understand that's what they're actually saying. So, like I say, it's that interesting, you've got to look at things in a slightly different sense. And everything, and you learn it's one of the things that that sort of comes across. So, when you learn about another language, you learn as much about your own. When you learn about another culture, you learn as much about your own. Okay, this is how we do it. Why is theirs different, kind of thing? Would that be better? Like I was saying earlier, when you're crossing the road, they make a chum noise. They go chum, 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 chum across the street. He goes chum here, across the street, it chums back, and it just goes backwards and forwards like the sound does as you're crossing, and it's just telling blind people the direction of travel, where to head towards. If they're partially sighted or they can't see at all, or whatever, it helps them to guide the way. It's not just a beeping noise, and it's like, that's a good idea. That you don't really think about that. As I said earlier about the wires that are everywhere, it's because they have earthquakes, and it's easier to repair something above ground than it is to dig up the road to repair it if it's underground. In terms of language, watashi wa Japan ni ikimashita. I went to Japan. Japan went. That's what it means. Watashi wa Japan went. And it goes in that order. And that, so it's like, okay, so these are the words I've got to use, and this is the order I've got to put it in to make sense. And think about our language. If I say I did go to Manchester yesterday, It works. You understood what I mean. But it's clear by did go instead of went that English is not my first language. I'm not used to using. I don't know about went. So it's interesting how that works. Another one is if I talk about a big red box, you have to say big red box in English. In Japanese, you can call it a big box red if you like. It doesn't make a difference because all you're saying is it's box shape, it's big, and it's red, and that's all you need to know about it. But for us, big red box has to go in that order. It can't be box big red because that just sounds strange to us. Again, don't matter to them. So you learn about your own language that way. I just find all that stuff really quite interesting. So it was an amazing trip. I really enjoyed it. So it is now 5 o'clock in the morning. I started this 7 hours ago. I know that there's a couple of people who sort of watch it piecemeal, you know. So if you're sticking around to watch all of this, thank you very much. There is a chunk in about probably the first half where I accidentally somehow, I don't know how I did it, but I haven't done it since I changed the settings. So somehow I accidentally turned off the microphone a couple of times, and so at one point I'm talking for 36 minutes before I spotted someone had said, it's not quite right. So yes, that was called the cone under the lighting, you know, the push button box on the pedestrian crossings in the UK. It spins. I only learned that from a friend. I've got a friend who's partially sighted, and you know, she's coming over. I'm looking out the window to see her coming. And she's independent enough to travel around. Anyway, so I'm like watching. I'm like, why are you holding onto the box? Are you afraid you're going to fall over or something? It's like, no, I'm feeling the cone. What cone? And then she explained about it's got a cone on, and when the lights are green, the cone spins to let them know that it's safe to cross. It's like, wow, that's interesting. And then I, you know, and then next time I went over I sort of felt underneath. Like, oh yeah, that's really cool. You know, so I don't know who Alan Indover is. But yeah, my longest stream is about eight and a half hours, and that's solid modelling. I got a video where I've been altering some class 90s and a repaint or something, and I spent 8.5 hours. I think it's 8 hours 35 minutes on that video. But I've just been talking, just sitting here talking for 7 hours ago. It's my special skill, talking. But yes, so like I say, if you actually get to the end of this journey, thank you for taking it with me. I hope you enjoyed it. This is the railway journey. This isn't the I have, like I say, I've got thousands of like I think it was 5,400 or 4,500 photos that I took on the trip, and most of it is just my own keepsake stuff. But yeah, no, I've not been talking to myself. I've been talking to people who aren't actually watching, because at the moment there's 2 people watching, and I know I'm one of them. So it's you and me, Flymo. However, I do have people that will watch, like I say, piecemeal. It might take them, weeks, months, or whatever to watch it, and they'll like click on it again and then watch another block for an hour or whatever. So I just whittle away the time by talking. I love talking about trains, so I've got a lot of stuff to share, whether it's pictures or thoughts, sightings, and so on. So like I say, I had such a wonderful time. It was such a great journey. I met a whole bunch of people. I bumped into an old Japanese man at Fukuoka. I went to a shrine there, a Buddhist temple there, and he showed me some bits about, and neither of us could speak the same language. My friend had the pocket Wi-Fi, so my phone wouldn't have been able to do the translate, and so I was using my very very limited Japanese, and he was using his very very limited English. But we sort of talked, sort of, and there was a lot of body language and sign, and that kind of thing. So it was just interesting to do. Like I say, just little moments. These little moments I find really interesting, and like I say, I'd wanted to go to Japan for 25 years, and this last year now, in the summer I did, and I had a great time, and that will always be with me. I'm actually disappointed with myself because I said I was going to, I said to myself I'm going to make a YouTube video and just basically go through the trip to share what happened, and I haven't got around to it. So, no, the railway trip was good. I enjoyed that. Like I say, saw lots of things, travelled on interesting and weird trains. The Fukuoka to Oita, to Yufuin, that Joy train, the green one. That was a really cool thing. So yeah, I've travelled on a bullet train at 250 miles an hour. That was several layers of amazing. So yeah, it was a great trip. I'm glad. Yeah, pocket Wi-Fi is the way to go. If you're going on a trip like that and you don't speak the language, pocket Wi-Fi. It costs I think it was I forgot how much it was now. It was like 400 yen. No, can't have been that. It was 4,000 yen. It was about 4,000 yen, which given you'll be paying. No, it was more than 4,000. It must have been. We had it for 4 weeks. I can't remember how much it was now. It might have been 12,000 or something. I absolutely can't remember. But either way, it was fantastic. So it was a useful thing. The only negative thing is we should have gone for the higher policy. It cost more money, but it had more bandwidth. There were a couple of times when we ran out of bandwidth. So what happens is you can connect, but it's slower than a slug trying to slime its way through molasses. So that's slow. So like I say, saved a few quid, but I suppose you could say I had money to burn, so I wouldn't have minded. It'd be like, in the short term, it's like, what, I think that other price is a bit high. We should be fine with the middle. There was the cheap one, the middle one, and the high one, and the high one would have been better. And if I'd got the high one, it would have just been, we bought the high one, and it worked the entire time for us. Whereas with the middle one, we had a couple of times where we ran out of bandwidth. Mainly it was because of bad hotel Wi-Fi. So you want to catch up on the news or something. It was fantastic. The only negative thing about the trip was when I came back. I'll go on YouTube. I don't even bother with the TV anymore. I don't have a TV. That's not true. I have a TV over there, which I watch movies on occasionally, but most of the time I sit here and watch them because I've got a nice comfy sofa chair and 3 monitors, and so I can watch movies here while I do some painting or some modelling or something, and that's all good. So now currently so There's a War Games club I've been going to, but I'm sort of, I'm having some issues, so I'm probably going to stop going. But I'm still into the wargaming hobby, and my favourite army is the Eldar, which are space elves basically, and their new codex comes out in a week and a half. So I've got the new codex coming, the cards to play the game, plus some new models as well, and there's a load more to come. So, but I'm going to buy them over the next like 6 months or so. So, like I say, I'm going to be buying models. I need to tidy up my living room so that I can get to my modelling table in the other side of the room to get it really cleaned up. At the moment, it's piled up full of stuff that I've just put on there for time being, and that time being has been a year. So, yeah, I need to, get on with it. But, like I say, I don't bother watching TV anymore. I catch some bits and bobs through the internet, but other than that, it's really no point. There's nothing to watch that I would find particularly interesting, and either I've got it or I've seen it. And so like movie wise or whatever. So I watch a lot of YouTube videos while I'm painting or whatever. Watch some TV series while I'm painting, and it's amazing what you can do with Netflix. Just watch up, spend hours binge watching a TV series, and that's fantastic. So, well, as a result, I watch YouTube videos, and it's almost like, it reminds me of Dave Gorman, and he was going to write a novel as soon as he's checked his email, and then he sort of explained how he gets more email than he can read in a day. He gets more email a day than he can read in a day. So it takes up a whole day, and it's the same kind of story. So yeah, it's war games. So I mean, at the moment, I'm painting a Space Marine speeder and a Space Marine guy that I'm just finishing off the parts. So the arms, I do the arms separately, so I have them, I put pins in them, and then I have a hole in the arm, and so that can just slot on there, and then I glue it together at the end. That way it's easy, so I can get the paintbrush in and all the nooks and crannies. I will quickly give you an idea of the kind of work. I'm still talking, Ian, aren't I? But I'll give you an idea of the kind of work that I do with my wargame stuff. So, I have. I do the Imperial Fist, which are yellow, which takes an awful long time to paint, and to paint well. This is one of the characters, so he's a sergeant of some close combat guys. This is a medic guy. Painting white is a challenge. Getting nice clean colours and things like that. These guys have been converted, so I've used old arms on new bodies which are bigger, which look a lot better. The next thing I'm doing is making brass banner poles. So like this. It's something that you used to have, but they're made out of plastic and they get so easily bent and broken. So I've got guys that are ready to be painted. So like I say, lots of this is old stuff there. So I'm going back to the roots of having banners on them, because in the old days, you'd have a squad like this. So you'd have the sergeant as squad leader. So a sergeant would lead 5. You'd have 5, which would be a sergeant, of 5 that would be the squad leader, to be 2 combat squads. And so I'm doing that again. I've drawn recently. I finished the work now. Banners. I've made an absolute pile of banners for different characters. So these are all. What I'm doing is I make them a 10 times size, and then I print them. I get them printed off at a local printers at a tenth of the size because their printer's a lot better than mine. And so I've designed these out of clip art and things like that. Just made out of different components. So if I, so I've just taken these sorts of things. I thought about doing a banner that has Rolfric Coal background on it and metals. I don't know. I toyed around the idea of it, but and the idea is that this is how they're done. So this is what they used to look back when I first started in 1996, and I'm just modernising it basically. And it's all about making it look right. So these, like I say, all these banner pieces are things that I copy around and then put new text on and then splice in different layers. So yeah, all stuff like that. I've got these are old models that I painted years ago. I'm a lot better painter than I am now. This is one of my favourite ones, and I'm happy because of the way I did his eyes. He has eyes that are looking, so I'm happy with that. I've learned a new way to do eyes now. I was always afraid to do eyes, so I would try and keep the head on, a helmet on instead. But I found a new way, and the new way is to I paint a horizontal slice, because one thing you don't do is you don't put a bit of white for an eye and then put a black dot in the middle, because then you've got an army that looks like this. You can see the whole white of their eyes, and you only do that if you're about to be stabbed or attacked or you're surprised. And I don't want an entire army full of surprised people. It doesn't look very good. They're supposed to be warriors, not... So, but I found a new way of doing it, and that new way is to paint your little off-white for the eye, and then I take a modelling scalpel with a nice pointy tip, and I dip it in a bit of black, and then I poke him in the eye, because trying to paint a line is a lot harder than point. So so here's an example of a model that I did. So this is a Khorne Berserker. They are Khorne is the blood god. Khorne. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing. So Khorne doesn't care whose blood is spilled as long as it's spilled. And I've changed the bases now, so it's like blood on snow. Master of Executions. So the new army that came out with the new edition that came out a little over a year ago is the Tyranids. So basically Starship Troopers. So this is a termagant, and that's a Screamer Killer. So it's a big model, and three of the they're stealthy. They hide in the shadows and then they pop out. And then I painted all these in a week, which I thought was impressive. I got some towel. These are fairly basic. So is the Sisters of Battle. Again, I hate the eyes. I did a reasonable job, but I don't like it. Now I know how to do it, paint it better. This is Vallejo liquid metal, which is really good, and then in metal varnish over the top. I discovered something interesting about metal varnish. So what you do it with wargaming stuff, and it's something you can do with railway figures as well, which most people don't really think about too much. It's all about the trains. What you do is you paint shading in there, so all the nooks and crannies have shading in to make them the shadows show up, and then you have highlights around the edges and things like that. So you can see like a little bit of lighter grey around the edge of the gun here. So I use Vallejo liquid metal for the metal, and then they have a metal varnish that you spray over the top. This is airbrushed, and then I found that when you put the varnish over the top, the shade wants to just go in the nooks and crannies, and it doesn't want to sit on the raised bit. And that was a problem that I had with my Imperial Fists, the yellow Space Marines. And so here's the commander for that army, and they're still mostly done. I've got to do the heads, and I've lost one of the arms, so I need to find that and then get that finished, and then that squad will be done. But yeah, the problem that I was having with my Imperial Fist before was I'm using like a dark brown as a panel lining thing. So if we look at it, think of it like this. So here's my line. So that's where I want to put my shading in. Well, I will put the paint on. So like I say, this is your groove, okay? Where one piece goes in, another bit goes out, or something. So that's where your line is. So what I'll do is I'll use a wash like this, very thin paint, and you paint along it. And what happens is you end up painting the line there. But what was happening was it was staining more. So I want my Space Marines to have really, really fine lines. So if you can imagine, it's a matte surface, so the paint is matte when it goes on. And what it was doing is, that bit was dark where I wanted it, but it had the edges were like leaking effectively the paint into it, so it was staining it. At which point I'd have to then get white to clean it up, so I could paint it yellow, 2 coats of yellow again. So it'd be like a couple of coats of white to do yellow, in order to return it back to that nice thin line. By using the metal varnish, that thin line is a lot easier to do. I can just carefully just swipe along it, and it will stay in that bit. And if it goes on any raised bits that I don't want it to do, I can just use pointed Q-tip and just wipe it away before it dries. So that's how I managed to get nice clean panel lines. This was the first model I did with it, so I was happy about that. So I can now do heads, and I can do armor and make them both look good. I've done, so far I've only done one Death Guard guy to go with it, and these are disgusting. So they're Space Marines that are basically rotten inside. There are 4 gods, chaos gods, and theirs is the god of the Nurgle, which is the god of disease, basically. So these ones, rule 1, yes. So these ones, they're so used to pain that they just don't feel it anymore, and so they're tougher. So a normal Space Marine is toughness 4. These guys are toughness 5, which makes it harder to wound them. So you roll a dice, and you need you need more to wound them. So if it's a strength 4 against toughness 4, it's a 4. If it's strength 4 against toughness 5, it's 5. If it's strength 5 against toughness 4, it's 3. So anyway, but the shapes of these, the like skin wrapped over a shoulder pad, the tentacles, the mouth that's the belly, the bloated face, the yellow eyes, rust, and so it is. As an army, they literally have an aura effect around them that if an enemy is within a certain amount of inches, and it gets worse, it gets bigger as the game goes on. They get wounded, they get affected. So it's just interesting for that. I've also done some other sort of just one-off bits. So I did a space dwarf basically, and these guys, I kind of went with Russian cosmonaut, so orange suit with white armor panels. I painted these up. This is a model I painted for old time's sake. When I first started, I started with the Ultramarines, and so I painted one in old school style. So I did some Space Hulk figures. These guys, I did a kill team. I thought this was a good design for a table, but anyway. And then I've only done one guy. That my Imperial Guard, I went and finished off my main troops. So I've now got I painted 2 squads last year, and so I've now got the full army of them. And just to give you an idea, this is what it looks like in form. So you've got a command squad, which is the bottom. They lead 3, so command HQ. So they lead 3 command squads, and each one leads 3 squads. So there's 1, 2, 3 command squads with 3 squads underneath them. So that's a lot of models. That's 90, 100, and 10. So that's 110 models there. And then I've got a bunch of tanks that I haven't got around to finishing off yet. So yeah. Their codex comes out in a week, or maybe this weekend actually. But my main army, my best army, are these guys. This is the Eldar Space Elves, and I paint them up to a very high standard. This is an Ortage. I've modified him since to give him a white helmet. It looks better as a commander. Annoyingly, they've just gone and removed him from the codex, so he's not going to be able to be used until they design a new one. So this is a commander, a way leaper, so they jump around, move quick, but they lead units, or they give abilities. This guy is what's it one, and like the wings, the colours, went full spectrum on them, so I thought that was pretty. And this is the latest one that I did of them. I like the model so much I went and bought another 2. one with wings, one without. Has the jump pack on the back. They teleport. This is one of my vehicles. And it's really easily done. I do it with an airbrush, and you might think, wow, that looks really hard. It's not. I can paint that in like a couple of hours. So the star scene. So all it is, I start off with matte black, and then I put some blue in my airbrush, and I just go over and I put layers upon layers upon layers, just to keep the airbrush moving. So I don't get too thick in one place, but I just build up in layers, and I kind of blend it across as well, so it goes like red to blue. I might have a bit of purple in there, I might stick a bit of red in the blue that I've used, so that I can blend it across to purple, between the two, so that you can see there's a bit of purple here. So when that's done, when I've added the colours to make a nebula kind of effect, then I use my airbrush and I just put some spray vertically on for like a second, so it's just like tst, tst, with a nice fine spray, a light spray, so it's not heavy. You reduce the pressure, so it's like just breathing lightly on the top of it, and you just hold it for a second or whatever, just tst, tst, and it makes that halo effect. And then when that's done, and some of them I go over with yellow afterwards. And when that's all done, I then just put white dots on it. So I just get a paintbrush and I just put white little dots all over. And in order to stop them having patterns, because it's very easy to end up with like five, I mean, look here, almost like a square, so to avoid getting to get things looking too much like it's a pattern, what I do is I'll put a dot here and a dot there 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 and a dot there, and I just keep moving around. So I might put two or two or two, or and I just keep putting dots in different places and then just build them up. The biggest hard point is painting gems. Eldar have lots of gems all over, and it's like, oh, there's another gem that I missed, so you end up having to go back and finish it off. That's something that I hand painted years ago. It's not airbrushed. This is my new commander. He's the top psyker, so he has psychic powers, based upon I've forgotten his name. Eldred Ulthway. Eldred Ulthran. Yeah, Eldred Ulthran. Anyway, and I've modified him. So I've put a different hand there, because originally the sword was in that hand. So I've modified it, and he also had like a cloak with a split in it, and I've gone and filled that up. So that's another vehicle I did. That's one of these type characters on a bike. There's one not on a bike. I did two of these. One I finished. That's the finished one. I've got another one that's not quite done yet. These ones. This is a composite picture that I photographed. So I photographed each individual one, and then put them, put layers upon layers. So, and you can see how all of them have the, the edge highlighting on them, so they look clean, crisp, and everything. And so these are just standard guys. So it's turquoise bodies, a face mask that goes red to yellow, black, blue eyes, and then black helmets with stars on. And then the weapon platforms. Sometimes they got laser guns on them. Sometimes this one's a shield generator, and so yeah. And then these are the second lot of Dire Avengers I did. It's an old jet bike that I did a long time ago. Normally I can get a squad of 10 done in a week. I have 5 of these that I painted, and it took me 3 weeks to do them because of all the cloak. Because I'm not just putting the paint on for the coat, I'm also putting darker and lighter bits on it as the fabric that goes over. So yeah, and then there's those, and then I got a full squad. So these that's my Eldred Ulthran conversion, and these are warlocks, which are sort of low level psychers. And you only get 2 models. There's only 2 models, so this one and that one are the same. The torso and the cloak and the feet. The only thing I can use to change thing is the arms and the heads, and I've managed to do it so that I've got different weapons in different arms, and so every single one of them looks different in one way or another. So these are heavy weapon guys. And that's them. That's when I took a photo of them. Again, you got the ones at the back that aren't in focus. The ones at the front are in. And these are all the ones that I converted. So that one, can you see the split here? That is that same model, and you can see how I've changed the arm. This one has a casting arm, so he's casting a spell, and he's got his gun up, and this one has a gun up in the air, and he's holding a spear. And if you'll notice, I also have I use pink for the psychic weapons, so it goes from pink and it goes lighter and lighter and lighter, and this one goes darker and darker and darker on the other face. And I do that on all of them. So yeah, all there you go. That's the same body. So you can see this in the pouch and the all this is one body, and I've just changed the arms. In fact, I think that might be the same arm, but I put different weapons on it. So yeah, that's the kind of work that I've done. That's a transport vehicle. These are ghost warriors. So on these, you see the gem in the chest. When they die, their essence goes into the gem, because one of the gods is Slanesh, and Slanesh was born because the Eldar were perverted. Basically, it's the best way to describe it. They killed because it was fun, or they ate too much because it was fun, and it basically birthed the god of perversion. And as a result, a psychic scream went across and destroyed billions, in an instant. So they have a gem so that Slanesh can't get their soul when they die. And so they can be reborn and put in robot bodies. So one of these ends up dying and then becomes one of these. This is a bigger version of it. So this is probably about, 9-10 inches tall. These ones are about 6 inches. So yeah, that's the next. So there's new models of these that are just coming out. If I show you the where am I? If I go to the Games Workshop website, 140,000 pre-order, and there's all the new ones that are coming. So I've got old models of these, the old metal models, and these are new plastic ones. So those are coming out. So I want to get 2 boxes of those, and you can see it's 40 quid. I buy a place where it's like 20% off, so they're like 32 quid. 32 quid. So there's the book, which has the rules for them, and the cards that has the individual units for them. The idea is if we this is generally what they look like. So there's the Eldari they call them now. So if we look at the Eldred Ulthran character, the psychic guy, so that's what the original model looks like, and you can see I converted him, so he's got a sword. I've got a sword in this hand instead, and other bits and bobs have changed. So it's how far he can move, how tough he is, armor saves, but he's got an invulnerable save as well. How many wounds he's got. You take 1 wound, you've got 4 wounds left. You take 3 wounds, you've got 2 wounds left. Leadership, when it comes to whatever. Anyway, objective control, so if you're an objective. But Diviner of Futures, at the start of the battle, when making your Strands of Fate roll additional 3 dice. And the way it works is that you can you roll 6 dice, or with him 9 dice. So you roll 9 dice, and the numbers on them you can use to do any of these things. So advance, which is moving. So you can move, and but if you advance, you can't shoot unless you've got assault weapons. So if I really want them to move quick, so let's move from one place to another so that I don't get shot, I can make an advance roll. So you roll 1 dice and you can move an extra amount of inches. So he moves 7. So let's say the terrain that I want to hide behind is 10 inches away. I need to roll better, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need to roll 10 inches, maybe 11 would be better. So I've got to roll 3 dice, roll a 3 on the dice. If I roll 2 or a 1, he's still out in the open, he can get shot at. So I can use a dice that's got a 4 on it and use that instead and now move, extra. So yeah, you can use them for, moving a bit further, for charging. So you roll 2 dice to see how far you get when you charge. You run into close combat. Damage roll is damaging someone else. Hit roll to hit, see if you hit them. You shoot at it. Right, I'm going to shoot at them. You roll a dice to see whether you hit or not, and that's where the weapons are. Saving throw, so you get you can, instead of rolling the dice to see if you get that 4+ invulnerable save, if you can say, right, I'm going to take this 3. Sorry, I'm going to take this 4, and I've passed, and wound them. But yeah, so there's a pistol. So it's an assault 1, which you can move and shoot with it. It's only got a range of 12 inches. It's strength 4, -1 to the armor save. So if you've got an armor save of 3, then it becomes 4 because it's -1, and it does 1 damage. So it wounds you, hurts you once. This one's a psychic power. You can see where it says psychic. This one does d6 damage, so it's strength 5. So if you're shooting a space marine, remember, like the guy running. So it's toughness 4, so I need 3s to wound him, so 3+, and then AP -2, so he's got a 3+ armor save. It's a 4, it's a 5, so it's 5 or 6 to save. If he fails, he loses wounds, and if he doesn't save, then I roll on the damage. So if he's got 2 wounds and I roll a 4, he's dead. That's it, he's gone. So having d6 wounds is really good, and this is in close combat. So wounds at infantry on a 2+. But anyway, so, and then the other one is Doom Psychic. At the start of your shooting phase, you do movement. Or you do command phase first, where you set out certain things you need to do, and then you do movement, and then you do shooting, and then you do close combat if you're in close combat. So at the start of your shooting phase, you can select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the model, your model, and then roll a d6 on a 2+. At the end of the turn, each friendly unit of yours, if it makes an attack, add 1 to the wound roll. So if you need 4s to wound, it's 3s to wound now, which is easier. So so that's the kind of way that it works. And it costs 110 points. So if you play a 1500 point battle, that's 110 points. A squad will cost you a certain amount of points. A vehicle. So that an example of one of the vehicles with there we go. This is an example of one of the vehicles. So this that's the one with the big gun on it. So this is the gun. So you can either fight it shoot it as a dispersed one or a focused one. So if it's a blast one, if there's more than 5 models, then you get an extra dice. So it shoots 2d6 shots, so you roll 2 dice. So if you roll a 3 and a 4, that's 7 shots. It's 3s to hit. It's strength 6, so if it's toughness 4, it's 3s, because it's less than the strength. It's -1 to the armor save, so if you roll to shoot, you roll to hit, you roll to wound. If you wound, it's a -1 AP, so a 3+ Space Marine wound, armor save would be a 4+ now, and then if it wounds them, it's 2 damage. But so you can either roll 2d6, so you can roll get up to 12 shots, or you can shoot 2 shots at strength 18, which is brilliant for destroying tanks and things. It's a -4 to the save, which means you generally can't save it, and it does d6 damage. So it does 6 damage, so it can destroy tanks. And not only that, you can link fire with another one, which is why I've got two of them, and so only one of them needs to be able to see. You can hide one behind building, and one of them can see. It just fires through the other one. And it says each time this model is selected to shoot, you can re-roll one hit roll, and you can re-roll one wound roll when resolving those attacks. So that's the kind of way that this works. Now the problem, the thing is, all this here is going to be completely useless because they're changing the codex, so things are going to be changing. So yeah, this book and those are the cards, which are the individual sheets like this. So let's see if it opens up and maybe you can see. There you go. That's what the cards are like. And then so we got fire dragons, which are, like I say, I've got metal ones. In fact, wait a minute, I think I've got old models under that. Maybe not. Okay, could have sworn I had old models on it. Anyway, yeah. So I've got old metal ones, but I want to replace them with the new plastic ones. I have already bought them. I'm just waiting for them to arrive. They're on pre-order. The date is not Saturday coming, but the Saturday after. And then you know, these are just reboxes of old models, and then they've got the new characters. So Fugan, who leads these. Baharoth, you know, it's brand new. You can't get them because I've already sold them out. So that he leads them. Baharoth leads them. Lycus is a brand new model, never been seen before, and that's she leads these, which warp spiders. Until these get released, these are the oldest models on sale. They date back to 1994. They're 30 years old. So yeah, they're the oldest models in the game. So at the moment they're just replacing them. And then last one is Azuman, and I've got him, so he's coming. So him, 2 squads of them to make 10, because you can have them as a squad of 10 or a squad of 5. And so the book, the cards, 2 of these, so full squad of fire dragons, and Azuman. And I've got a local store which I'll get Fugan to go with them when they come out. So, but that'll be in a couple of weeks, a couple of weeks after, or yeah, 2 weeks from now. Hopefully I'll have them. So yeah, it's all the cool new toys are coming, and so I'm very excited for that. So yeah, that's yeah, the new ones always are cool. They always are special. So but yeah, I bought mine from I buy from Element Games, and so I bought my stuff. But you can see the dice are unavailable already. Once they're gone, they're gone. They're limited edition ones. Only the green stuff is available to buy. So the warp spiders, can't buy them because they're all sold out. They'll be they come out. So my order that I've done, which is where is it? 2 lots of fire dragons. Where's the fire dragons? Wait a minute, where are fire dragons? Oh, there they are. So I've got 2 boxes of fire dragons, Azuman, the codex, and the cards. That was what I bought. I could afford to buy. Fortunately, it was you know, with Christmas and everything. My friend gave me a voucher for this company, so it didn't cost as much. So he was very kind. So he got me models. He effectively he gave me an IOU for models that weren't out, weren't even available to order yet. So I've pre-ordered these, and they'll be released on the 8th, which means I'll get them on probably the 11th or something. Comes out on Saturday, so they'll be posted probably that day, and I'll have them Monday or Tuesday next, of after the 8th, so 10th or 11th. So my plans are I will buy 2 boxes of warp spiders in time. Nice thing is, unlike railways, these will be on the that you'll be able to get these for the next decade. No sweat. They just make them. They're just plastic kit. You clip them off, you glue them together, you paint them, you play games with them, so they don't change. So I will be buying 2 boxes of them, and then Lycus to go with them, and then I'll buy the Swooping Hawks, and then Baharoth to go with them when stuff is back in stock, and I've got Azumon because I've already got I showed before my Fire Dragons. Sorry, my Dire Avengers. So the Dire Avengers are led by wait a minute, I'm on the wrong thing. There. Are led by that guy. So I've already got I've got 2 squads of Dire Avengers already. That's the Dire Avenger Phoenix Lord. They're called Phoenix Lords because what happens is when they die, another Dire Avenger takes on his mantle, and you remember I said how the gemstone absorbs their essence. Well, the essence of Azumon gets moved into the new body, who takes up that and becomes the new Azumon. So yeah, but such a gorgeous looking model. Really excited to get him painted. So I'm getting them on the release date, and I'll have them a couple of days later, and I'll be painting them up relatively quickly, so that I can have him as a model in my army. It's a beautiful model. So yeah, it's all exciting stuff ahead, and like I say, I'm doing good stuff. Right, so I'm going to finish because my throat. I've drank some bit here and there. I could do with a pee as a result. Not only that, I do karate on Tuesday and on Thursday nights, and because I'm old and fat, I drink a lot of juice. I'll go through, I take a 1.5 litre bottle of squash with me, and I will drink like half to 3/4 of that in one evening. Well, as a result, although I'm putting in, new, I'm rehydrating myself, it still needs to come out, so I need a pee. So yeah. So I need a wee, and I've been drinking juice as well to keep my voice going, and I'm also hungry. I'm a night person, so I know everybody else is in bed now. Thank you for the 2 people who are watching. It says 3, but I'm the other one. I always have my screen, have my thing on the other monitor. So yes, so I'm gonna go now. I'm probably gonna go now. So thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed my little tale. I hope you enjoyed my journey around Japan. Like I say, there was a lot more to it than there. This is the Model Railway channel, and so I'm doing my railway thing, and so I thought I'd show you the railway journey I took, and it was it was well worth it. So yeah. So that was it. I like I say, I hope you enjoyed it. If you did like it, don't forget to give me a thumbs up on there. That would be very kind of you. And I will see you soon. Hopefully with some modelling going on. I think once I get, my modelling table done, I think I might do a mass renumbering project on my rigs of Mark IVs and Class 91s. So and there's more to be done with that. So it I like I say, I hope you had a good time. I hope you have the end of your week and a nice weekend. And take care. Enjoy